breakfast, and we talked about some shit we can implement. So, yes, because we are both lecturers. He is a lecturer, currently is a lecturer. I was a lecturer at the Hochschule of Darmstadt, University of Applied Science in Darmstadt. And yeah, the last years we are confronted with modern issues in education. So we are come over with that idea. We will show that we are showing you now. As forward, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for making it possible to come here from Germany and show you our approach. And we are really excited to show you what we have built. Now I hand over to Benedict, and he will introduce you a little picture.
Yeah, good morning from me as well. So, as Andreas said, we are focusing this morning on education, and we thought we would, as they do these days, create a little picture about this thing. And so it's all about chaos education, and that's what they gave us. And it's basically a classroom full of machines, and a beastie is sitting there laughing, and the other ones are just having errors and having to deal with all of them. So that's basically what we built. I'm not sure why there's a little Death Star in the upper right corner, but AI is not perfect. So all joking aside, we have a little overview for you. So first we cover the background, what this project was about, and that led into his thesis that he wrote. Then later on, we cover the basics and state of the art, what has already been done, or the prior research, and that will then lead into what we developed together and what we learned from that. Then the system concept, that gets a bit more technical, followed by the structure of the evaluation system. So we made it in a certain way that we make sure that there is a fair evaluation of the whole process. Then we go really deep. We put up our scuba gear and dive into the code a little bit. Then we look at the student feedback that we got while evaluating the system. And that is followed by a live demonstration. That's probably why you are all here. And the rest is then questions from you and anything that was maybe unclear so far. All right. So what's the background? So as I said, I'm teaching a class in the winter term since 2012. Oh, wow, I feel old now. And that is typically basic introduction to Unix and basic concepts of what Unix systems are doing. And what I found is that the students are a little bit less engaged these days and quickly distracted. And it's also that they bring not so much Unix knowledge with them, so I pretty much have to start from scratch. And also, we are trying to create new students for the later workforce. And I found that when we are talking about system administration, then it's very difficult to teach them these concepts by just doing slide presentations. And it's all very theoretical. And if we give an assignment, then it's typically like this. Students nowadays, or since last year, started to have no clue about the assignment, put it in ChatGPT or any other big language model, and then there's a solution. Not that the solution is correct that they get, but it's the less ideal way. So I thought, how can we make this a little bit more engaging? Because later on, they will have to deal with real-world problems and real-world scenarios, and why don't we simulate that in the classroom? Why don't we give students the possibility to work on these systems or a simulation of that and then figure out what the proper strategy is so that when they later graduate and work, then they find, I've seen this kind of problem before. So and that's what we basically built here.
So come to the objectives of our project. The problem is today students don't thinking about their solutions. So I put into ChatGPT and get a solution and give it to the lecturer. So the grant or the marks are not valuable to the performance the students have bring on. The problem is students are not motivated to go to university. They are only doing university stuff, not for learning, so for get money after the university or salaries. So yes, the objective was develop a practical learning concept with hands-on education using principles of chaos engineering because it's a good concept of Netflix. We come later to that. And we were able to restrict the AI abuse in our university fields and increasing the intrinsic motivation of students through the use of gamification because if you have fun on learning, you are not want to cheat to get to that step. So yeah, we use gamification elements. Now, basics and state-of-the-art. Chaos engineering is a concept of Netflix. We have here more employees of Netflix, so they know chaos engineering. There is a concept: a monkey run through a server room and put out any cable or something else, shutting down servers, and the system should be still working. And if it doesn't, the employees are so good educated to fix the problem fast, so the downtime of Netflix is really low. It's a good concept, and we try to implement that in our project. The result of that is the employees of Netflix are good educated, so sorry for the Netflix advertisement, but it is so. They are really good in solving problem skills and so on, and many companies in Europe use nowadays the chaos engineering concept.
Yeah, and so as good researchers, we looked at, hey, what's already out there that we could maybe use or that we could build upon. And we found two similar systems. So this one is from the Computer Science University of Virginia. And what they do is kind of a bomb lab. If you search for a bomb lab, you get all kinds of weird results. So that's why we provided the URL for you. And so what they have is they give you a binary, and the students have to learn how to debug it properly. And if they just execute it or debug it the wrong way, it explodes. And that explosion causes a high score list to advance. So they get a negative point, basically. And after 10 points, the exercise is over for them. So they have to be really careful and find their way through the binary. And we like this approach because it has this gamification element in there. And the other thing is what we found is that the SAT servers, maybe some of you have tried this out already as well. So that's an AWS environment where there's a real life system and you get an assignment like fix this error or there's something wrong here. And when you think you've fixed that problem, you need to hit a button and say submit solution, and then the result will be told to you and said, yeah, it's correct, or you still haven't solved it yet. What we found there is that you have to do this manually, so it doesn't check automatically whether the solution is already correct. And there's a high score list available, so the fastest sysadmins are basically honored in this high score list. So we liked both approaches a little bit. Both had their pros and cons. And so we found some things could be improved, so we built our own system. And that is basically what our result is here. So what is the system concept and the design that we built? So I had basically the master thesis written out as, hey, students, are you interested in this? And Andreas was kind enough to put his hands on the keyboard and started coding. And that is what we had. So what was the overall idea and the requirements for this project? There are a couple of things that I found would be interesting to have, and we list that on this slide. So first of all, me as a teacher, I want to be able to create new scenarios that I can then give to students and then change it up a little bit from one semester to the next. The other one is that we want to be able to run this in a classroom, and the setup shouldn't be too complicated because you rush to class and you need to set up the lab environment, and if that takes 10 minutes, then the students are already getting a little bit nervous. What we also wanted to have is that we have automated checks of the results, so I don't have to run to each individual student group and ask, oh, are you finished yet? Are you finished yet? The results should be provided to the students automatically by the system. The other thing is the students should be able to work in an isolated environment. Typically, they do that on their own laptops, but they are pretty much all over the place in terms of hardware, in terms of network configuration. So every student group should have their own system that is the same for everyone, but isolated from each other so that they don't attack each other. And they should also be able to work with the root account because many sysadmin jobs involve the root account and they need to fix many things in the root. So that's why we made sure that they have the proper permissions without doing evil things with them. And we also wanted to simulate real sysadmin tasks that they, again, later would probably see again in the real working life. And the solutions could be very all over the place, right? You have typically multiple ways to solve a solution or to solve a problem. And that's what we also thought. After such an exercise, after the student have solved it, we would do a group discussion and said, okay, how did you found it, what was the actual problem, and how did you solve it? And in that discussion, we would typically find that there's multiple ways to skin a cat, right? And so that increases the knowledge rather than each student gets the same assignment and they show it to me and then they leave the class and the other students just don't see what other solutions are out there. The other thing is that the high score list should have also certain properties. So we wanted to have the gamification so that there's a little bit of an internal competition going on between the student, like who's the fastest that solves this. And over time, they would get a ranking of what is the fastest group in this. It should automatically update, of course, so I don't have to do this manually. And the student gets feedback, yes, I really solved this now. I can relax until the next exercise hits. Technical-wise, it should be open source. I want to, play with that. I want to change it when needed. And it should not be complicated, not a big stack that has a long requirements list and stuff. And it should be extendable as any requirements in the teaching changes. So I don't want to dive too deep into the code, so it should be simple enough, like having a config file or something.
So now come to our solution. Our solution was important for our solution is a proof of concept. And we are able to use FreeBSD 14.2 with jails, provide excellent process isolation, how now we heard yesterday from the net colleague in the above row, and always able to run commands from outside in the jail. So Ben can communicate with their jails for the students. Then powerful networking using PF and NUT rules, so we can scalable the student clients so much we want. Currently, I'm limited on 100 student clients, but if some changes in design, we can increase it to 1,000, 10,000. It's no problem. Then we use Bastille to organize and manage the jails. Bastille is Docker-like and worked fine on FreeBSD. I tested it well, I think 2 months ago. And custom shell script for development and management. So it's runs on every system and no one needs every knowledge and additional knowledge to work with that concept. Then cron jobs check jails and update high score list. That's a light drawback, so we come later to that problem with cron. And OpenZFS provides quick jail snapshot and rollback, so we can restore every jail on every hour. We can restore the jail and roll back if the students make mistakes or crash the jail. It was also important because it's in our education field, it comes over 2 times per week that students make any crash in the system, so we need a rollback function. And it's low cost, customizable, stable, and reliable and scalable because jails are fast, jails are cheap, and jails are really performant. So now we come to our concept of the whole education. This border marks the limits of our system. We have in the system student jails, so much you want. Then we have a controller jail, we have a monitor jail, we have a web server jail. The lecturer can access the controller jail and control with the controller jail. The student jails, you can make SSH requests, he can write text messages, and he can roll back the function. And also you can set up the system. The monitoring jail observes the student jails and look that of any mistakes out of the concept. And the students can also look on the monitoring systems. The web server jail hosts the high score list for the gamification element, where all information was gathered and compact and put together to one point per system. And the students can read the high score list and can jump over the controller system via jump hosting into your jails. So it's able to work from anywhere with the system, with the world. Yeah. The concept is the controller system requests the status of the current exercise they're running and run a script, and the script gives a reply to the controller system, so the controller system can determine if this exercise was finished. Yes. Now the structure of the evaluation system, it was important to find a good structure for the evaluation system so students are motivated. The students should not be punished if they are not so good in that field because they are learning and they want to improve every day. So let's come over with that idea. We have an evaluation concept based on 3 difficulty degrees. One is easy. That contains simple tasks, we shell change, we are changing the bash or to SSH or something else, and then we are try to run only commands that work in bash, and they won't work, and the students must find out why they don't work, and the processing time is approximately 11 minutes. So this is a quarter of a typical lecture hour in our university. Our lecture hour is 45 minutes. So yeah, then we have the medium degree. That's customized config file, simply one config file or other configs, and it's a half hour of lecture hour of our university. And of course, surprisingly, the hard one is 1 hour of our lecture. So multiple files, complex context, you can combine the context with other and need some fix many steps and many processes. As example, we need, we are implementing exercise who limits the system by using Apache log files. So we're writing full of the system full, and the students must find out why my system is full, why is it so slow, why it's not stable, and why it's crashing every minute. And then you must fix the Apache log file, the new syslog file was it, with the log rotation, and must fix delete the old full logs. Yes. It was too hard for them, they can't resolve it. So then linear point distribution. We want to use a linear point distribution because if you are good, you get many points, and if you are bad, you get not so less points that you are not demotivated. Then we are add a bonus system on that you can make competition between really good and good ones. So yes. If you are, sorry, the expected time is the blue line. So if you are able to find a solution in the time the professor determined that is good for you to find a solution in that time, so you get the half of the points as possible. And if it's not able to do that, you get lesser points. And if you are the double time of this lecturer time, you get 0 points. And if you are really good and you are faster than the half of needed determined time by the professor, you get 50% by 50%, you get 10% extra time. And if you are faster than 3/4, I think, yes, you get 5% extra time. Yes, I do a little mathematical competition and calculate it, so there is a really distance. It's really good if you are one time you get 10% extra time, and one point you get only the 1,500 points. 1,000 points. You are the lead of the list. But if it's really hard to explain English. But if you are not able to bring a third time good performance, then the students, the medium students who get every time the same points are much higher in the list. So it's a good concept and it worked. That's point distribution built on 4 pillars. You have a points, linear distribution points, bonus points motivate to solve problems quickly and efficiently. Then the mathematical combination of time, efficiency, and level of difficulty, and the anchoring effect. Well, I must find out a solution for how much points I give as standard. So 1 point is too less. 100 point is, I don't know, I think, okay, I give 1,000 points. It's valuable. And if you have a hard degree, you have get 3,000 points. And you can easily divide that and was auswerten? Auswerten.
Yeah.
Auswerten. Auf Englisch. Auswerten auf Englisch.
Analyze.
Analyze the points. So the students for the students is really transparent. So you had a fair distribution, rewards efficient work without discouraging and punishing bad students. So then that the point distribution is very ankommt bei den Studenten. Gut ankommen. Mach du. Gut ankommen.
Oh, that it's well received?
Well received, yes, the students. So now Benedict show an example of our high score list.
Yeah, so we did play this with 2 student groups, and These were the group names. I mean, we don't have any custom. It's a prototype system still, but later on they would give their own group names, right? And so that's what the scoring system will look like after playing one round. And we played actually 3 scenarios, an easy, medium, and a hard one. And it's depending on how well you are performing in each of these difficulties. I mean, at the beginning in the easy scenarios, most students got a lot of points. But then later on, when we moved on to the medium difficulties, they were already struggling a little bit longer, and that took longer time, and then they got points reduced, right? And overall, we thought this would be a nice way. So this high score list is basically auto-sorting. So if a group is getting more points, they will jump to the top. And so we display this during the class. And then they would figure, look, someone has found the solution already. And we actually are now jumping ahead. And the more exercises we play, the more points you get. And it could be that during the first exercise, maybe you didn't do so well. But in the second, you really aced that one. And then you would jump ahead from your other classmates. All right, so let's do a deep dive, as promised.
Now we come to how a student jail creation works. First we create a jail with automatic creation of isolate systems for each group and using Bastille, as I said. Then we apply a template on it, so you can scale so many jails you want. Add controller credentials for setup SSH keys, RSR keys, and so on. And create a snapshot for the rollback to recover the system if there's a failure. Then we add a jail to a logging system, so we can anytime look what our jails are due, what the status of our jails is, and if a failure occurs, so we can find the failure fast. So for the jail creation, pointer you have. The jail creation happens in this line. For Bastille, we create with templates. Then we need a bootstrap version. I think it was a FreeBSD 4.10.2. At that time. Then we create a subnet of it for communication and subnetting in NPF. Then we apply the template, the name of that jail. In typical labs on our university, we need groups. So the name is group 1 or group 2 in our example. Then we have the root directory of the Bastille template who are mapped on the template. And of course, here are the right error logs and so on. Then we run a Bastille command for the password and SSH password, password for the controller on that system. Copy the SSH ID with the RSR keys. They all were auto-generated for each system, and you can read it out of the system if you're not able to access the root system. Then we're creating the snapshot with the snapshot as initial, so you can every time run it back to the initial step and give a little output that the group successfully created and configured. Yes. So, kann ich wieder ausmachen? Then the Bastille template for everyone who doesn't know how it looks like. At first lines, we assume the package upgrade is always yes for interactive. Then we are downloading essential packages for most students of our system. That is the template of the controller template, because it's the template where the most action happens. And then I create automatically the host name and user password for the jail, copy the SSH config, enable the SSH services, create a Prometheus YAML, and set up the monitoring stuff. And the last one I made port Weiterleitung? Port direction, yeah. Port redirection.
So this is really useful for me as a teacher so that I can quickly set up the labs. And I also want to see during a lab like which jail is misbehaving, or are students running some crazy services that are just hogging the CPU of the host. So that's why we set up basically a Prometheus and Grafana system. So this is from when we played this with a student group, and we figured it was also a good test whether the performance of our environment would not, crash or anything. So that wasn't the case. And ideally, we would also see if a student did something crazy or started using his root access in the jail for something malicious. And if you would have encountered that there is something wrong in the system, like there's an, I don't know, endless loop or whatever, it would also help us determine like where in our prototype we need to make some more adjustments. And ideally, this is the view we would get all the time when we are playing. And depending on how many jails we create for each group, we would also see that there's like more spikes at the beginning. But then later on, it will level out because then the jails are all running and are set up.
Now, which parts a scenario components contains a scenario? You have a task description, it's a simple text file. Then you have a scenario template, it's a Bastille template with different lines on it. It depends on the scenario. Then you have a solution script. It's a bash script or SH script who does implement the solution the student should find or something else, or all varieties of a student should find. Maybe we could that in future automate with AI. And then you have a difficulty file. It's a proof of concept, so it's a file with one integer in it, 1, 2, or 3. So yes, I don't find a better solution for that. As addition, you can use so many additional files you want: folders, directories, scripts, everything else. So I mapped in the additional files a whole Apache server set up for the hard difficulty degree, and it worked.
And this is easy for me to create a new scenario, because I don't want to delve into a shell script and make changes there. I can say, well, remove the execute bit, or delete this file, or I don't know, copy an additional big file as you did with the Apache log file into the jail, and then they run out of disk space real quick. So that's what you define in here. And after you've done this a couple times, you get really nasty ideas how you can mess with systems. And so, but these are real things that could happen to a system, right? Either by accident or by a service misbehaving. So that's why we found this is easy to create more and new scenarios.
So now we come to a typical scenario sequence. The lecturer selects a scenario. It's a folder. You can put it on a simple GUI in CMD. I will show it later. Then we create a subserver cron job. Then we determine the time before the scenario starts, so the students can log in as jails, but the time they are logged in are not a part of the Bewertung? The marking of their scenario. So then the student solves the scenario. We calculate the scenario points out of many difficult calculations and so on. Then we exit the scenario. Then the lecturer can choose two options: reset the scenario, reset the jail, or running the jail with the same config that the student has implemented. So you can combine the scenarios together. Then the lecturer had the optional communication with the jails. He can write any message with emojis. And the lecturer can restore individual systems. He can input the jail ID and snapshot ID, and he can roll back to that stand. So it works fine and was a good solution for us.
Yeah, because I've also thought that the students could get the jail at the beginning of the semester, and they would have to manage it throughout the whole semester, and they could install their own favorite tools in there. And if something goes wrong, then we can really reset it this way. All right, time for the live demo. So we thought we would show it because that's the best way of understanding what we're doing here and what the system does and how it behaves. So Andreas will play the role of both instructor and the, where is it? There we go.
Little IT issues.
Here we go. So this is the lecturer's view. This is my view. The students never see this part of the system. And that's a jail that the students will get as a group, and that will get nasty errors soon. So you log into there, and I have difficult options, or different options, like initializing the system. We already did that before coming here. Then we can start and select a certain scenario that the students have to then deal with, and then stop a scenario when necessary. We can check how many systems are live, and we also can send a broadcast message to each jail, like taunt them a little bit. Haven't you solved it yet, or what's going on here? And then, as mentioned, we can also, if a student crashed or cannot log in to the jail anymore, then we can restore that particular jail without affecting the other ones. All right, let's inject some errors into this jail. And so this is what the students get as a scenario description. That's the one we mentioned earlier. This is the student's problem description, and it could be kind of misleading what they can see, but it gives them ideally some idea where the problem might be. And then I look at that and think, yeah, let's try doing a system upgrade. I should probably check if I can do a package upgrade here in this machine. And since they have root access, they are allowed to do that. So let's see if that works. I hope it does. And I get all kinds of crazy network connectivity problems, and then I think, maybe I have network problems. I should check my network connectivity, or if I can resolve hosts, right? And so that's, I mean, this is the first idea I would get. Maybe you have other approaches. So each individual student approaches it a different way. And we found that when we tried the scenario, we had two groups, basically. One group was allowed to use ChatGPT and other tools, and the other one wasn't. So we could evaluate how good each group was. OK, so I see I cannot do name resolution for some reason. So then I have to think back to the lecture. Yeah, he talked about something about name resolution. There's a specific file that takes care of this. Maybe I should look into that file and see if there's a proper name server in there, right?
Or the lecturer give the advanced.
And still, during this exercise, I can still send the students jails messages to say, remember your lecture, if you go to those still. And then it will appear on their screen so that they get a little bit of enticing. And while the scenario is running, the high score list is waiting and gets updates if a student group has already solved it. Can you quickly show the high score list, maybe?
Yes, I hope so.
There it is. So currently, there's two groups, and no groups has solved it yet, so they have no points. And now that they have found this little message from the instructor, they're like, yeah, OK, I look back into my slides, maybe, or I recall that there's a thing for name resolutions. And then I find there's an etc resolve conf, I think. And now I take my favorite editor. Of course, you have root access. No network yet. You cannot install stuff. But in a different scenario, you would be able to install your favorite editor. And oh, let's look at that. That's not a name server that I think is working. So I might as well fix this one and put in a proper one. And now it's time to wait before the system has made another iteration of checking each individual jail, whether the solution is already there. And oh, look at that. I have successfully passed this scenario. Excellent. Let's check the high score list if that is also reflecting this. Oh, and I got this number of points because depending on the time it took me to solve this scenario and also the difficulty of it will then give me this point scale. And group 2 hasn't solved it yet. That's why they're still having no points.
And then the lecturer could restart a scenario selection. So maybe this one.
Yeah, so either I can leave them with their existing jails, and they have to do the next scenario. I can inject another problem into it. Or say, yeah, OK, some students have solved it, the other ones haven't. Maybe I should give everyone an even grounding again so that everyone has the same starting scenario and all the jails are getting reset. And we can now start over with a new scenario.
Should I reset? Or?
Yeah, why not?
But then you are kicked out of the system because it's the current
because
design.
Your system doesn't exist anymore. We delete the jail and create a new one for you.
But you can play this anytime you want. So many you want, and yes, it worked. And for someone interested in it, the whole technique behind that magic is only through writing into files and combine the files together because it's a proof concept.
Yeah, it's a prototype system, but luckily we got to a point where we could evaluate it with two students. Yeah, you got a question?
Yeah, so when you just reset their machine, do they just push up and log in again? Is it
Yes.
Yeah, so the question was whether when we restart or restore such a system, whether they get the same IP address. Yeah, that's been preserved, so they don't have to get a new IP address or DNS name, so they can keep that one throughout the whole semester. And while the scenario is playing, we're also logging a couple of steps, what the system was doing in the background, because there could be some implementation things that are not working. But so far, that went well. And this is the actual
high score
points that this group got.
Yes.
And the high score list is just displaying what are in these individual files.
And here are other important files, what are the time exclude before the scenario, time records during the scenario, and the result file where one simple line is in it, failed and successfully. Maybe you can show it. Which one bin ich?
There we go.
No, there's nothing. We have stopped the scenario. So after you stop the scenario, you would
the result would then also be obliterated.
Yes.
And again, for me as a teacher, this is a very helpful system because I don't have to deal with cleaning up jails afterwards and collecting the points still. And the students could really see the results right away. They get immediate feedback and find that they have solved the scenario. And the gamification is then, oh, I was faster than my other student peers. All right. So as I said, we evaluated this with 2 student groups. One was allowed to use ChatGPT and other AI tools, and the other one was forbidden. And we evaluated the individual results that they achieved. So what we found is that the teaching concept, so we gave them a little questionnaire at the end and asked, hey, how did you like this kind of exercise? Is this better than the standard one we give you? And they said it was very motivating and they were challenged in a different way. And some people remarked that this gave them unnecessary pressure, but that was our intention, so that there's also, you need to fix it quickly because in the real world, the production is down and you need to fix it quickly or the company loses money. It also reflected that they strengthened the practical relevance because this is really a scenario, or could be one that is happening in a company or in the later life, wherever they end up. And it promoted independent thinking, that they sometimes aren't quicker when they use AI because the AI could be all over the place with solutions, but you still also have to prompt correctly and give the information to the system. And some students just look up in the slides or remember that we talked about this last week in class and figured, this is what he's getting at. And many wished for more of that. So that gives me a hope that the more scenarios we create, the more likely it is that students will get to know into the content and want to work with the system more. Functionality-wise, we were lucky that it didn't crash during the exercise because that would be very embarrassing. It was stable and reliable, the scenarios loaded correctly, the SSH access worked correctly, and we had no slowdowns for one group or the other, so everyone had the same environment and could work with the system. And the transparency of the evaluation, they also liked that they could see how many points they got, and that there was really a good way of thinking and finding, yes, we are actually better than this other group.
So then the user friendliness, it was important for me that students can easily use that tool. And of course, infrastructure as code concept that you can run it everywhere. Our approach in the university runs on OpenStack. Before that, this runs on natively VM, I think.
Yeah.
Natively VM. But unfortunately, we can access our university network because the limitation in that VLAN here.
There's a couple of ports
blocked.
That's why we use this.
Yesterday, we're setting up a new short lab. Yes, on VirtualBox. So yes, then the suggestion for a proven visual web interface students. Students wish that they could see in the high score list how many points they get for which task. So they can read it and look it into your slides and can say, okay, I need in that topic more improvement and more to read over the stuff. Yes. Then the scenarios we are evaluated with difficulty p-word analyze. So shell change was good. DNS manipulation, this was that one where I showed in the exercise here, was also good, but log rotation with the Apache file was too hard. I think one group with ChatGPT, and after 2 hours can find a solution for that. So yes, but overall rate it was good and exciting. So this was important for us that the system worked, and we showed it other colleagues of us, and they are really excited to use it in their lecture for system, IT security, network administration, and so on. And yeah, then the outlook for the future development is expand the variety of scenarios. So we have many ideas of different scenarios. Maybe there are kernel errors or something else for real difficult scenarios. The problem currently is the 16-second limitation of cron jobs. You can run a cron job only in 16-second intervals, yes. And that's the problem. So I think real WebSockets or Notify concepts were really good for that thing. And high score list, more transparency, what I said, because the students would look into his high score list and would see how many points you get for the tasks. And transferability, how we can use it for network technology or other stuff. That's the next steps, and maybe you can use it in hackathons and FreeBSD conferences if the system runs well and we can exit it from here, because my laptop is not so fast than the server. Yeah. Any questions?
There they go, one by one. Where do we start at the right at the top?
So from my side, I would have the question, did you feel the need and or implement any infrastructure, any resource limitations on the jails, or where the students behaved enough or that they didn't by accident or on purpose overstress the system?
So the question was basically whether the students did overstress the system or had a situation created that slowed down the other jails. We didn't have that yet, but we should probably try this so that one jail is just attacking the others if they find their IP addresses. So the students could really be in the situation, this scenario is boring, I just use my newfound powers to do malicious things. It's a two-edged sword, right? You want to give them the permissions to do all these administrative tasks, but on the other way, this could also be abused to not solve the scenario that we were giving them. Maybe we need to think about resource isolation a bit more to say, oh, this jail has only maybe 1 gigabyte of memory and can only use 1 CPU and such, and that would also allow us to add more jails. Our typical class size is 16 students. We typically form groups of 2, so we have 8 jails. But if we would really play this at like an event like this and say, okay, this is a specific time slot where we play this, and a lot more of you would try this out, then I guess we will have more load in the system. But it's actually a good use case, right? And especially in here with a lot of sysadmins in the room as well, we would get some really different results over time. So maybe we'll do something at a future BSD event.
But we are very happy if students are so good that they come to that point that they are annoying us on that system. So, but in a real thing, the students are told today have problems to use CD to change directories. It's no joke.
Yeah.
So
at one point we have learners. They still want to learn and don't get frustrated by not solving the scenario. Whereas here we have more advanced or seasoned sysadmins that pretty much can solve these real quick. But the scenarios can get really difficult. We have some ideas to really make things difficult for you. So yeah, this is a future idea we will probably have. I will repeat the question. Oh, yeah, you know how it goes, yeah.
The big problem that I find is that undergraduates in the course computer science don't really have any Unix education at all classes. The first class that a lot of students will have exposure to Unix is also the first one they'll be using the command line and also programming in the C programming language. It's all just kind of one, and the instructors don't really provide an opportunity for students to learn their tools. They just say, here, you should use PuTTY or were the students in this test, were they general computer science or software engineering students? Were they like more sysadmin focused program? Did you notice any difference among students in a particular program, how well they did with this?
Yeah, so the question was what kind of students we had in our evaluation and what the difficulties were, basically. So this is my elective course, Unix for Developers. So it's only students that really want to learn about Unix, not that they have to. And these are typical students that are in their 4th semester, so they have 2 years of programming already and a little bit more of, so they had operating systems and distributed systems typically. What you said also reminded me that what we have also seen in our CS department, so these are computer science students, that in the operating systems class, they learn concepts like schedulers and clocks and all these internals. But what students want these days is, how do I administer a system? How do I set up a web server? How do I create a little system of my own, right? And that's what student asked me, hey, can we do this in your class? That's why I added the sysadmin components into mine. So this is really more interesting to the students. Right, there was something over here.
I really wish I did have this in my classes. So a couple of things. So I was wondering how you guys would handle, for example, partial marks. So like for the hard difficulty, it might be a multi-step process, right? So would you like send a webhook or that sort of thing to signal the snapshot to be searched again to get partial marks through it?
So the question was, how do we deal with like partial writes and stuff, and how the WebSockets could potentially solve that? That's what we have to figure out, because, for example, if a lot of students finished the example or the exercise at the same time, there may be a race condition with the writing of the high score list score. And typically it doesn't happen, but we could definitely simulate that by piping in the solutions into multiple jails and then see what the high score list does out of that.
We are trying to prevent that during batch handling. So we use 5 batches. If you use no batches, they are crashed in the former solutions. So yes, we use 5 batches, and it's really fast and it works well. So yes.
But yeah, the more parallel systems or parallel things you're doing, the more difficult it will be to do the proper scoring, which would also be a bad motivation for the students if they, oh, I solved it and these students next to me were also as quick. Why do I not get the points? But as a prototype, I was really surprised how quickly we got to a working solution and could iterate over that. And of course, it's just a prototype, but I see a lot of potential in this to either add more scenarios and also more functionality to the system itself to be more robust and provide more functionality for playing this in like a setting like this with multiple people accessing. And of course, you people could also think of much more malicious things to do for the system, I guess. And so this is also showing how robust our system will be then.
Yes.
So that I'm looking forward to actually to have some kind of test like this. Yes, roll.
So rather than cron being the thing that runs the script, couldn't the controller just Ansible to everybody, and just anytime it wants to, it can just be like run the script, check the score.
Yeah, the question was, instead of a cron job checking these jails, it could also be like an Ansible script that goes through each jail and asks, hey, have you solved it? Have you solved it? We thought about that, so Ansible could be run in pull mode instead of push mode, because in push mode you have to run the command yourself or schedule it in some other way. And that would probably be something we could evaluate. So maybe I'll let another student evaluate this, or if you have some time left, yes. You could do that. It's possible. So we thought about a certain number of solutions before we got to this point. Like what we did in the first iteration, you had a folder mounted into the jail where the result is then stored, but then students could actually find that folder and manipulate it and increase their scores. And so we did away with that solution and found that you can always, from the outside, access the internals of the jail without the jail inmates, the students, don't see what you're doing in the outside. So that's, I think, a much better solution, hiding the activities of the instructor.
I thought about Ansible, but I need to move forward because I have limitation of my master thesis, so I need to fix the next step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we had 6 months to do that, and after maybe the first month, we had a rough prototype with the jail
Yes.
set up, and then
Really
we
rough.
iterated through that. That doesn't work, Leon. I don't like it this way. Do it in a different way. And so that's why we have a system like this. And we were also lucky enough that we found a student group to evaluate this with, because otherwise it's a system, it works for us in our limited test environment, but if you really play it with a group of people, then you know all the things that could break. And there were a couple of things that did break during the beginning that you quickly fixed, luckily. But now it's in a state that you can really play with that and create your own scenarios. You basically, maybe you can show that how a scenario folder looks like the difficulty and what you can.
Yes.
You basically write a Bastille script, and that's where you say, oh, please delete this file or remove the execute bit or mess with the system in some other way. So you don't have to learn a complicated programming language just to create a scenario. Yeah.
Something else, sorry if there's others, but
No.
something else that this reminded me of was, I don't know if you've heard of Rust links. It's kind of a curriculum for learning the Rust programming language where you have a window and then it has a watch for if a program is compiled, basically. And so I was wondering if you thought about how a system like this could be used not only for evaluation but also for instruction. If you could, you could say like, hey, this is a problem, and you could populate the jail with man pages that students could learn about the system while they're there as well. It's something that came to mind as well.
Oh, sure, yeah. So the question was, or have we thought about using the system for instructions, like removing the man pages there and making it a bit more difficult so that they have to refer back to my material or the class material? Sure, it could also be used in like sysadmin training in a company, for example. Like we want to replay a scenario that happened last week, an outage, for example, and one person who was on call solved it. And we now want to share that knowledge in the team so that if someone else is on call with the same problem, that they know what to do, right? And that they can, in an environment where there's no danger to affect the production systems, you can really replay this kind of error and find that there is a solution to that and discuss then with your colleagues how to best solve that and share the knowledge this way. So I always, when I play this scenario, and I plan to do this in the winter term again, that there is a phase where we play the scenario and then we stop everything and then come together as a group discussion and say, okay, what was the error? Is everyone agreeing that we had the same error scene? What is the solution that individual teams provided? Like we look at the high score list and go through the groups and say, well, how did you solve it? Oh, we solved it in a whole different way. And that way, with that group discussion, everyone understands that there's multiple ways to solve a problem. So there's much more knowledge sharing happening.
In simple words, we both combine our ideas of our
The
experiences over times, over years of education, and want a system who prevent every failure, every problem with students, keep the students motivated, and so on. Yes.
And the more scenarios we have, the
Yes.
more I can select from, right? And I can think
can
of
mix
some
them.
really nasty things to do to systems, right?
Are you looking for scenario input?
I guess we can have a talk later and
Yes.
you give us a couple of ideas.
Like, is there an online repo we could check it out?
So we plan to eventually productize this enough. There's still some
Yes.
rough edges in the system, but we actually plan to release this as open source to let other people play with that and extend it in their own ways. Because if I can use it in my line of work in the university, then why not share this to other universities that had, like you mentioned, you had or you would have liked to play this as well in your classes. And if instructors see this, that this is available and it's fairly easy to start with, why not? I mean, the more scenarios that are out there, the more the other instructors can use.
Yes.
How many scenarios do you have right now?
6.
One for each difficulty, because it was as a thesis work for him. So we have one easy, medium, and hard. Well, can you show them maybe?
I think so.
So the first one is this scenario is where the shell accidentally changes. And it's really weird how students freak out if the shell that they are used to is not working. The other scenario is the one we saw with the DNS change. So we just removed the DNS server and let them figure out how to solve that. And the hard scenario is we have a big Apache log file that just fills up the jail file system. And they get all kinds of crazy error messages and their slowdowns. And so they not only have to find the file that is responsible for that, but also implement the log rotation so that this doesn't happen again. Because, hey, I can inject an error a week later, right? And then really see if the students have learned from their mistakes.
There are the scenarios. DNS manipulation, log rotation, big file, logging down, shell change, an undeletable file.
Yeah, maybe we look at that shell change.
Shell change, okay.
Yeah. So it's not very difficult to define such a scenario. And as an instructor, you would have to play this scenario through for yourself to see that everything's working. But it doesn't take me an hour to create such a scenario, right? I think of something evil or something that I found in my line of work that happened, and then I think, this is actually a good scenario. So what are you doing here? You're copying the...
PKG. Ich erkläre es.
Oh.
The idea was I need a way to use bash commands without give students a hint that I use bash. So I compile a C++ file who you are calling a system call to using bash, and if you don't install bash, the system call won't work. So I compile it, and the students can, and I copy that to the system and delete the original source file, so the students can't find out which command they need, and they need to show on the error message you get bash not installed. So it's really easy, but students sometimes don't find the solution. Yes. So in the first line, I install the C++ compiler. Then I compile the bin, the C++ files. Then remove the C++ file and write the funny message out if the students don't find the solution. Yes. That's all. And in the checking file, so keine Ahnung.
What I also liked, what Andreas did that I haven't thought about, to create these kind of wall messages to students so that we can taunt them during the scenario a little bit.
In the checking file, I only show if the C++ file wrote, that was the bash command, wrote a file in the temp folder with success. So yes, if you know that, you can cheat, but the students doesn't know that, so they can cheat. Yes, and then I write my ich habe es auf Deutsch geschrieben. So my solution timestamp and my keyword success or failed behind it. That's all, because proof of concept. If there are some more questions, you can contact us.
Yeah, we're around the whole day.
Yes.
And once you get the idea of what the system does, it really starts, creating, I could do this, or I could think of such a scenario. And this is exactly what we wanted, right? We want to make it easy to create such a learning environment and then create the scenarios over time. And the more we have, the more choice there is. All right, then thank you.
Thank you.
BSD about months ago to work on NPF. I think, I don't know, has any one of you been using NPF here? All right. Okay, good. So I guess FreeBSD and OpenBSD guys. Okay, so about me, I'm a recent computer science grad, and I do mostly system security stuff with a BSD. And in my free time, I hunt vulnerabilities, doing static code analysis, checks, stuff. Yeah. So, few things about me. The day I learned about phishing attacks was the same day I got phished, and I lost my Twitter account. It was a story in school, and we were told about phishing, how people get people to open links and stuff. And so I think I was there, and one lady reached out to me that she wants me to help her with her beauty pageants, promotion stuff. And I ignored it for days, and she kept on worrying me, and I gave in at a point. I was like, okay, fine. And I asked her, how should I go about it? How should I vote for you? And she sent me a link that I should tap on it and vote for her. So when I opened the link, it refreshed, and it sent me to a new Twitter page that I'm supposed to log in again. I was like, but then I didn't really understand anything, so I entered my PIN and everything again, and the account was gone. I tried reaching out to her, she was insulting me and stuff, and it was sad. So I think since then I decided to become security conscious in the tech space, and yeah, so when I was trying to find the right BSD OS to join, when I heard Net, I was like, okay, maybe it's their network operating system. So I decided to join BSD because obviously when I heard about FreeBSD, I was like, are we going to do things for free? Like, okay, FreeBSD, or like, okay, OpenBSD. What am I going to open? So I think it was on the Google Summer of Code page, like 3 OSs. I was like, okay, free. Then maybe I would have to pay if I join OpenBSD or NetBSD. I was like, okay. So, but I was like, okay, I don't care. I'm just interested in programming networks. So let me just join NetBSD. And then I became a contributor to NetBSD, I think about 9 months ago. So we'll be talking about firewalls, and how many of you intensively use firewalls in your home networks? Okay, I guess everyone. I think so. Firewalls have largely evolved over the past decades. Early firewalls use packet filtering to analyze individual packets based on their source and destination address, ports, and protocols. But I think the development of, if you read far, you realize that the development of firewalls was a response to the increasing threats of unauthorized access and malicious activities on networks. So trying to prevent intrusion by people who are not actually allowed to communicate on networks, basically the basic rule of firewall. So if your firewall is not simply doing that, then I don't think it's a firewall. So have they really done a good job so far? I think so, because right now we're able to clearly manage our networks, even though there are still intrusions. People still get into networks, but I think firewalls are doing a great job, yeah. Applications are still breached and stuff, so maybe we try to do a lot of protecting ports and stuff to protect services, but still people still get access to. So we hear about attacks still in this generation. So then what's a good firewall? In my definition, I think a good firewall is a firewall that is able to meet the current needs of rising threats. So as we go on, attackers change their approach, they get faster, they get smarter. I think most of the attackers we have are experts. They know more than we know. I don't know. They know more than the creators know. Currently, there's an exploit in my country where I came from, and you could just be there and then receive a call from someone, and right up maybe after like 2 minutes, and then you realize that all your money in your account is gone. just vanish like that. And you just think about it. And these people are uneducated people. And it's just weird. Like, how are they able to do this? And you speak to one and you realize that they've actually got it, they've actually relaxed and studied very, very well. So as they are growing, I think we should also grow as security personnel, security professionals. Yeah. So firewalls are security guards, and obviously the security, I think there are some security guards here at BSDCan. Yeah, so obviously they are the one protecting us, but they are not superheroes, obviously. Some people can attack them and beat them, and they will become vulnerable again. I don't know. So then who protects the security guards? If they are being attacked, who protects them? Are we the one going to protect them again? I don't think so. So the security guards need to be protected by the external environment, I think. So maybe the security guard will have to know that he will have to eat maybe heavy food to build strength, proteins and stuff to build strength to fight, and maybe where he will get ammunition from to be able to shoot people who try to intrude and stuff. Yeah. So the environment. So if you relate this to computing and security, we protect the firewalls. As a firewall programmer, you need to not play with secure coding practices at all. It should be key. It should be one of the most important things to actually consider when designing firewalls, when programming firewalls. And actually, we have a language which is not maybe safe, and so many noise about using C and change to Rust and blah, blah, blah. But still, that is the language being used to actually program firewalls. So it's not going anytime soon. It's not going anywhere. It is here with us. So we have to embrace that. And also having a high performance kernel is super. Basically, I don't know of any firewall that's main filtering in user, and maybe there are some you guys who know, but personally I don't know of. And so having a high performance kernel is super important, and we should not play with it. Yeah. So security in the modern world, right now CPUs are fast, very, very, very fast. I think there's research, ongoing research to speed them up, and people are still working to make CPU faster as they get super fast day by day. And then, as I said, attackers are experts, and they get smarter day by day. There are new RFCs coming all the time and says, hey, this is bad. Okay, I'll update it. Okay, now I'm changing it. Okay, stop using this because you can use it to attack this. Okay, now I'm changing it. So we realize that the attackers are beating us every day. They are making our lives miserable all the time, updating stuff, research stuff. So configuration managements are not enough. Ideally, if you have a system you're trying to protect, obviously you have softwares written that you can configure them to do your protection for you. But if you are fighting against an attacker who is very well informed, I do not think it's enough. There's more to it. But if it's not enough, it doesn't necessarily mean it's not useful as well. So obviously, but if you can configure more. So I think most people have firewalls with about 1,000 rules, 2,000 lines of rules and stuff. Yeah. So how pragmatic you can be with your ruling is also important. Like not just having rules, but how easy you can configure your rules in your firewall. How simple or how simplified you can get your rules. Yeah, and how easily you can understand how your rules are going to be inspected by your packets. And all these things are factors to actually go into. So now let's talk about NPF, the main purpose for today. So at the IP layer, NPF supports IPv4 and IPv6 protocols. It does NATs, you can use it to do NATs, and also port forwarding with destination NATs. So ideally, you can use it to, especially in routers. And now supports layer 2 filter. It's not merged yet, but it's completed work, and It's currently under review, but now you get to additionally filter based on MAC address and ether type, basically. And also support user group filtering. I think that's already in PF, so I'm sure the PF guys will be familiar with it. But with that one, there's a few not so good features about it that I would explain here. All right, and there's an ongoing work. I'm currently mentoring a GSOC student to support NAC 64. I think that's already in PF, so we are finding ways to integrate that in NPF. And so some uniquely good things in NPF in the BSD world. I think the syntactic rule groups are, I looked into PF and currently you do not have a way to actually group packets based on group rules, based on certain criteria, certain filter parameters. So in NPF, you are allowed to group your rules on, say, interface and packets direction. And so it makes your configuration very easy to understand and very easy to change. So if you have an NPF configuration, basically this is how the structure is going to be like, a group, the group name and the parameters, and you have your rules into it. So a group, the name, and maybe different parameters, and has your different rules into it. So, okay, let me explain what the groups actually are. So in the code, in how it is designed, a group is actually like a rule, but with no BPF filtering mechanism attached to it. The group is just a rule, a filtering rule. It's actually created as a rule. But the rules in the group do not inherit any attributes from the group, and the groups are not strictly bound to one interface, even though they behave as such mostly. And the groups give a hint to the filter logic about the cluster of subgroups it should focus on. So if there's filtering, it comes to this group, the logic gets an idea, okay, what should I do here? Okay, what I shouldn't do here? Okay, maybe I shouldn't go here. Maybe I should go here. So I would explain that further. And there's also a skip to mechanism that NPF uses in the rule inspection. So if, let's say, if a packet is, if there's traffic coming internally and it's supposed to be filtered by a firewall, your group can tell it that, okay, if you pass this group and you go into these subrules, check until maybe you find a match for a particular rule in the subrule. But if you do not match it, okay, you can go to the next subrule. But if you match any rule in it, okay, then you use that to either accept or block the packet. But if you do not match the packet at the group layer, quickly skip all the rules in the subrules and go to the next group. So it's more like maybe you leaving home and telling your friend that at 11 o'clock you'll be at 1160. And there are other three blocks. There's 1110 and 1120. So if whoever is coming to look for you and the person gets here, the person quickly knows that you are in 1160. So the person wouldn't waste time going to 1110 and 1120. Quickly will come to 1160. So if he goes to 1110 and asks, is this 1110? No. Okay, he goes to the next one, is this 1120? No. Rather than asking where is, maybe you are called John, where is John? Where is John? In every single room he or she goes to. So groups are, the group mechanism in NPF is great. It helps you organize your rule sets very well, very neatly, and you do not have so disorganized rules anywhere. And it makes packets look up very easy. So when a packet hits your firewall, the group is the first rule. As I said, the group is a rule, right? So the group is the first rule to be inspected. And then the packet inspection against a rule. So the group parameters, I think I missed that. The group parameters are, as I said, an interface and direction. Perfect. The interface name and the direction. So you can actually configure a group for all packets coming in, or a group for all packets leaving. And you can also group rules for packets on maybe your internal interface to your home network, or maybe the external interface to the outside world. So, but it's not strictly, they're optional. You can also have a group that doesn't actually match any filter parameter. So then it can, when it comes, to just go straight to the group and look for all the rules in the group until it finds a match. And then the rule actually does what it's supposed to do to it. So, as I said, if the packet comes and it hits your interface, it checks if the group, say you have, let's say, group on, let's say, WM0 interface, and then it comes and it checks that if there's a group interface stated, then it will go and check if the group interface is the same as the interface the packet is traveling on. If it checks and it's not the same, it's not a match, then it skips to the next group. So if it checks and it's the same, okay, now it goes to the group direction. If the group direction is not the same, so if there is a group direction stated, and the group direction is not the same as the packet direction, then it's not a match. And if this happens, then it goes straight to check that if there's no BPF code. Basically, NPF uses encode, like similar to BPF, to do your filtering and not nested if else. Now, that's different in NPF. So, and then it returns a true to actually indicate, okay, now there's a match. And then it actually blocks or allows your packet based on the rule in the BPF. So, and the other good thing in NPF is that the core filtering logic is encode, similar to BPF, and you can also JIT compile your bytecode to native machine code quickly in the kernel to run in the BPF VM. So we can look at simple examples of filtering rules that are used in NPF, and then we understand the whole structure of having a very effective firewall rules in your NPF configuration. So from the top, you can just quickly set your bpf.git to 1 so that you skip interpretation overhead. So that you do not, you can get your bpf.git compiled once and not actually all the time do an interpretation again if there's a rule to be inspected. So, say you are trying to, maybe you have an external interface. This is just an example. I use the loopback interface to just do a simple one for us. And then you have a group external on LO0. And then so you are telling every packet that is coming, if the packet is not traveling on LO0, it should skip this group. It shouldn't even think about coming to this group because none of the rules has anything to do with it. So, but if the packet is traveling on LO0, it is going to look at the rules in this particular group. So, say you have block final from Mac to BSD. So let's say you have maybe you're trying to do an SSH connection, and it happens on the WM0 interface, and you have your Mac. Let's say you're running your BSD as a VM on your Mac. Obviously, they'll all be in the same local network, and you are trying to send packets from your Mac to your BSD, and it's happening through the WM0, the virtual network interface. So if it is coming, even though you have a block final from Mac to BSD, it's going to skip this rule because you have told it that it has nothing to do with this group. So once it comes and it hits the external, the first group, the packet is traveling on the WM0 interface. It has nothing to do with this group, even though you have configured a rule to block it in this particular group. So then this rule becomes waste. And you will have to quickly, it's mandatory that you set your default group to do what you want it to do. So even if you have a rule like this, and then you are trying to block packets from your Mac to your NetBSD or FreeBSD VM on your Mac, it is going to go straight to the default rule and pass it. But you'll be expecting a block on it, but it's not going to actually inspect it. So when the packet traveling on WM0 gets to here, it quickly checks. The filtering rule on this group says that, okay, you can only come here only if you are traveling on LO0, sorry. But if you are not on LO0, please come to default. And so your intention is to block the packets from your Mac to BSD, but they get passed. So the group mechanism is very key, and it passes at default. So this is a simple encode. It's very similar to BPF. It's almost like, it's BPF like, yeah, for when it's passing the rule from Mac to BSD. And so if you set your group to be on WM0 and the packet is actually being inspected, this is the way it is going to actually inspect it. So it uses, BPF uses very few instructions. It just uses, and then it also has the accumulator where it loads the most recent fetched data into the accumulator, and then you can use it for any comparison. And you can easily go, and the BPF also has the power to actually fetch data from offsets of the packets, the MBAF that is traveling across the network interface. So if we know that if you load, the fetch is always a 4 bytes fetch, a word. A word is 4 bytes fetch on BPF. So if you load the first 4 bytes on your IP header, and as we know, it is the IP version. All right, so it's going to check. So if the packet is coming and it checks the first 4 bytes of the packets, being the IP version, it checks against the IP version you set on the rule. But the NPF has a way to configure. If you set IPv4 addresses on the rule, before it is being passed to the kernel, it quickly knows that, okay, this is an IP version 4 and not a 6. So it quickly loads an IPv4 address family into the rule. And so when the packet is coming, it's taking the first 4 bytes, offset the index 0 in your MBAF, in the IP header, in the MBAF, and then checks to it if it's a match. So if it checks and it's not a match, quickly goes to instruction 7 to return 0 to say, hey, this is a false packet. So don't process it. It's not what I'm supposed to do. But if it's a match, it is going to instruction 2. And then it is now going to load the data of it's going to load the data 12 bytes offsets the IP header. And that is the, I think, source address there. The source address in the IP header. And here you can easily use a one fetch instruction to get the 4 byte because IPv4 addresses are 32 bits. So you can easily get by a single fetch. And then you fetch it, and then it's stored in the accumulator. And then you do a check to jump if it's equal to. So if what you fetched in the IP header is the same as what you passed on the rule, here being converted to hex to check if they are the same. If they are the same, then jump to the fourth instruction, I think JT for jump if true, and J for jump if false. So if they are the same, then jump to the fourth instruction. But if they are not the same, quickly jump to the seventh instruction, and it's a false. It's not a match, so I have nothing to do with it. But if they are the same, jump to the fourth instruction. And then, now we are about to check for the destination address, where it is going to. So if you load, if the source address matches now, come to instruction 4, and then load the data, 16 bytes, offsets the IP header, and then check it against what is passed on the rule, the address passed on the rule in hex, and then check again. Are they the same? If they are, okay, yes, now go to instruction 6, and then return -1. So a return -1 means that it is a match. But a return 0 means that it's not a match. But this is not a point where it decides to drop or passes the packet. Where it decides to drop or pass the packet is after it has been inspected for it being a match. And then we use the drop or pass packet command to either decide to drop it or pass it. So this is a simple, I think if you add ports, numbers, and all those things, you can be able to, it does everything by offsets in the IP header. And the same thing with the TCP header. If you add, if you are supposed to maybe check for the layer 4 protocols and stuff. And so this is an example rule to just look at. A group external on WM0, pass final on from Mac to BSD, and then pass final on from Mac 2 to BSD2, and Mac 2 to BSD2 maybe being maybe an external communication that happens on maybe like EN5 or something. So if the packet is coming on WM0, okay, fine. It is going to inspect the first line, pass final on WM0, because Mac to BSD happens on WM0. But even if it's coming on WM0 and the first one doesn't match, it is going to the second one. But maybe Mac 2 to BSD2 doesn't also happen on WM0, it's a skip. Quickly. But from here, any packet that is coming on EN5 doesn't care about the group external on WM0. It has nothing to do with it, it skips it. And so you can have a rule set arranged in your configuration that you have them so separated from each other and function at a very strong performance level. In the sense that a packet will not struggle trying to find a match. Quickly, if you have like 2,000 rules configured, maybe you are using your NPF as a router, you have like 2,000 rules configured, maybe you have one on your route your NPF to home device communication, you have one to NPF to the external world communication. And if the packet is traveling, it wouldn't actually waste time to go all the long way to do all these things. Quickly knows that, okay, here, I have nothing to do with here. I come here. I have nothing to do with it. I come here. If it's an external packet, I have nothing to do with here. I come here, and then so the route it takes to find a match is so short if it is well organized. So let's look at an example of routing with NPF if you are trying to use your NetBSD as router in your home network. And so you have two interfaces, one for your home network communication and one for the external world communication. And so you set your public interface that you use to the router's public IP that you use to communicate. And then this is a simple home device local IP that you use to also communicate so that you can route your packets from the internet to your home device. And this is an external interface to communicate to the internet. And this is an internal interface to communicate with your home network. So if your home devices are trying to send packets to you, obviously, through the internal interface, and then if you are trying to send, if it hits NPF, the NetBSD kernel knows that, oh, okay, it checks the destination address, this is not for me. I'll have to check my routing table and see where I'll send it. So then it will know that, okay, your external interface is where it's supposed to pass through. And then it is being taken away to the internet. So let's look at simple rules you can actually configure. So in the beginning like this, if you are trying to route, you know that, okay, these are the two interfaces involved. I separate my rules, group X on external interface and group int on internal interface. And then so you quickly know that, okay, I'm supposed to receive a packet from my home device. So that would be definitely on my internal interface, right? So then you pass in final from your local IP3, which is your home device. So any packet that is coming that has a source address of local IP3, you pass it. But the way network address translation works in NPF, I think either FreeBSD or OpenBSD, one of them does the nuts before they pass the packet. One of them changes the addresses before they pass the packet. But in NPF, the packet is passed before, if there's any nut to be done, it is checked and it is done. So if you are supposed to receive a packet from your home network and route to the internet for your home device, you quickly know, okay, the packet is going to be sent from your home device to me, the router. So, and that will obviously happen on the internal interface. So on this internal interface, pass in final from local IP3. So every packet that is coming from local IP3, which is my home device's local IP, pass it. So after I pass it, then I set a rule to actually pass out final from local IP3. So I think I missed it. Okay, yeah. So after I receive it, I know, okay, obviously I also need to send packets to it, but for that one, I would need to do it on a different, so when I receive it, I would have to pass it to the outer internet, because when the packet hits me, the router, I would need to, the NetBSD kernel will know that, okay, the destination address, maybe you are trying to send to google.com, and then my node is not maybe 10 points, whatever. This is not my destination address. So the kernel sees this and knows that, okay, I would have to send it to a different interface, looking at your routing table and seeing the default gateway for that particular destination address. And so you know that, okay, then that means obviously the packet is going to leave me and go to the network, to the internet. So I'm going to pass out final from local IP3. So obviously, any packet that has a source address of local IP3, being the packet that came from my home device, it is not yet changed. It's supposed to leave. All right? So now the kernel has told us that this packet is not for us, it is leaving. And so we know that it's obviously going to leave on our external interface, and then we have that one there. So then, after we've passed it, when it is leaving, at the junction at which it is leaving, we rewrite the source address to make the packet appear as if it came from the router, ideally. So hence, you do your map on the external interface and being static, stateless, to not actually worry about sessions and stuff. And then a right arrowed map indicates the source address mapping. So that's a simple natural to see that, okay, now change this address, change the source address to the router's public IP address. And obviously it is traveling on the external interface. So change it to appear as if this packet is generated from the router itself on its public IP. And so when it goes to, say, Google, maybe you are trying to speak to Google, and then the packet is coming back. When the packet is coming back, it's going to come back to the router's public IP. So pass in final to public IP3, because when Google is responding, it's going to respond to the router's public interface. And so when it comes, it is coming to IP3, but the router knows that this packet is not for me. This packet is supposed to go to my home device. And so you have an external rule, right? So when it passes, you know that, okay, at the IP layer, change the destination address quickly, so that when the kernel sees it, the kernel will know that, oh, okay, this address is not for me, and then it will actually easily configure a route So before that, you also do, and you obviously know that the packet is going to be passed to the local IP. It's going to be passed from you to the local IP3. But that one, I think I missed that too. Oops. Sorry, it's passing from out to local IP3, sorry. So you know that the packet is going to be passed in to your local home device. And at the point it's being traveled to your local home device, you actually do a NAT. But here, you are not actually going to rewrite another new NAT rule because we can quickly just simply do a bi-directional NAT so that it will now know, okay, there's a communication between this local IP, me, the router, and the internet. So I can quickly just change the local IP address and the public IP address bi-directionally. If it's coming from the internet to the device, change the destination address. If it's going, change the source address. And then you have your simple binary rule here. And then, so then when you have this flowing through, you set your mandatory default group to block all packets on your NPF NetBSD device. And so this is a simple way you can use NPF to route, to use your NetBSD as a router in your home network. And I think this makes the rule very organized and easy to configure, I think easy to understand, very appealing to the eyes, in my opinion.
Sorry, quick question.
All right.
On the internal interface block, one of those should be passed out, right?
Yeah, I meant pass out to.
Same rule.
Yeah, I think I made a mistake with that. I corrected it. Pass out final to local IP3. And so you can also do port forwarding with it. Ideally, if it is coming on the external interface and maybe you don't really want to expose you want to receive it on your port there and actually transfer it to a different port on your local IP3. You do a destination. So I think the left arrow indicates the source address or port change, and the right arrow indicates the destination address change. So I'm sure it is not difficult to configure. So NPF, the performance in NPF, it's great for me in the sense that you have short local routes for packets if you are trying to find a match. And then the use of encode similar to BPF and BPF JIT supports, you can easily JIT compile your encode into native machine code, and you get less instructions to use and reduce interpretation overhead and branching in the CPU and stuff. Yeah. So at least you get some performance boost, ideally. So recent work that I've done, I've been able to integrate layer 2 filtering in NPF, and you can combine it with layer 3 filter. Per research, it's not really safe if you do, because right now people can easily change MAC addresses, MAC address spoofing easily, and they can bypass your internet. So, but it can also help if you want to actually easily block packets from a particular, because obviously if you do a TCP dump, mostly, and then you try to look at the internet header, you realize that packets transmission is mostly just between MAC addresses, like from here to here on the same network, right? So it can easily be an additional tool for you if you want to do several things. So right now we also inherited the same grouping mechanism, right? So groups for filtering our link layer are marked with layer 2, and then rules to be inspected in layer 2 groups are marked with ether token after action indication of the rule. And then layer 2 default rules are mandatory only when you include the layer 2 rule in your configuration, and layer compatibility is checked to ensure that the right rule is placed in the right group. So you cannot actually write a layer 3 rule in a layer 2 group. It will be flagged and not pass the kernel, and you can also not pass the layer 2 rule in a layer 3 group. So the operation in the kernel, we use a pair interface Etherpay field filtering hooks. I think with the IP layer, it is shared, right? I think even with PF, it is shared. The hooks are mostly shared, and then we also use the NPF cache utility. So if the packet comes and you would like to do other things with the header fields, you don't have to actually go and refetch them again. You have them stored in the cache and then quickly do a lookup. And then no contagious method access checks in MBAF. I think with NPF in the IP layer, we do a lot of MBAF contagious checks to actually be sure that we can get the IP header accurately. I think sometimes you can get some part of the maybe 10 bytes of the IP header in the first MBAF and maybe the rest of them in the second MBAF chain. But with Ether header, it's almost 100% rest assured that you are going to get it in the first MBAF and not the second. It can never appear or get split across different MBAFs. So I decided to not do, but it's well tested and never breaks. And so we also employ BPF inspection in the Ether header, connectionless, does not communicate with upper layers. No memory store of data for inspection. We do not use a memory store in layer 3 encode inspection. So if you can have a simple layer 2 rule. You have your source Ether address to be maybe from one device on your home network, ACBC 0D, AZC 67D, and maybe a destination AB68, AD64. These are just random numbers I use, but. And then you have a group X in WM0. So you mark it with layer 2 in your configuration to tell NPF that, oh, okay, inspect this at either Ether input or Ether output, not IP input or IP output. So you pass Ether to indicate that, okay, there's a layer 2 rule from the source to destination and then type. So I decided to use EX syntax to 0080 for IPv4. And I think I'm also thinking about trying to change for just IPs. So the Ether type, you can just add Ether IP or Ether IP6. But the rest, I think there are lots of Ether types. So it won't really be fair to the others to just use IP. So I decided to use EX00. And so you use the 2 bytes Ether type field, and then you check. So when the packet comes and it's on the layer 2 rule, it's going to inspect it at the Ether header and do your checks and with the same BPF format. But here you realize that the Ether, the MAC address is not 4 bytes, it is 6 bytes. So you cannot fully fetch it in just a single fetch. You would actually need a load and a half word load and a full word load. So, and these are things, if you do not take care with NDNS, you can easily mess up if you do not fetch it very, very well. I think it's very handy, but it's also very easy to go by. So you load, I think, and we have just 3 fields in the Ethernet header, the destination MAC address, the source, and the Ether type. And being 14 bytes field, 6 and 2, very easy 6 instructions. So you load the data 0 bytes offset the Ether header, and then you compare it with 4 bytes of the 6 bytes address you set on your rule. And then you also load the data. By this one, you're going to do a half fetch. So it's going to just take the 2 bytes, the rest of it, and then compare with also the 2 bytes of the first MAC address that you set on your rule. And then it's going to load, and then it checks if it's a match. If it's not a match, quickly go to instruction 11 and return 0. Or if it's a match, go to instruction 2 and continue the inspection. So the same way happens, and then if you also, so it does a fetch, a full word fetch and a half word fetch per MAC address, and then checks, inspects for each of them if there's a match continue. And then after that, it fetches the data 12 bytes offset, but ether type is 2 bytes. So no need to do a full word fetch, just a single word fetch is enough, and then you are done with what you're supposed to do, and then it checks if it's a match. If it's not a match, it goes to the defaults to check if you're actually supposed to pass packets by default or block packets by default in firewalls. Yeah. And so I also integrated user group filtering. I think it is also in other firewalls. It's in PF and it's in PF. I looked at how PF did it, and basically that was the inspiration that I used to do this. But the main filtering decision is based on the UID or GID pass on rule. So if you are trying to block, maybe you have a Unix daemon maybe created by a particular user, and you don't want any packet to hit it. You don't want it to send or receive packets quickly. And maybe just know the owner of that daemon process, and then look at the UID. You can also pass it by name and then block all packets going to that particular process. So, and then check the effective UID and effective GID of sockets used in the network communication. So it's not checking the ID of the process, the lightweight process rather, by checking the ID of the socket used in the communication. So even if you are not the one who fired the socket, but you are using the socket, but you are a different process, the rule will be for you. So this is a very funny feature in BSD firewalls that I would also want to talk about. The rule will be for you. So an example is you can have a simple one to block final from Mac to BSD, user Joe group BSDCan. So on your machine, if this packet is traveling on L00 and it comes here and you realize that, okay, there's a communication between your Mac and your BSD on L00, and then it looks for all users in group BSDCan and checks if Joe is part. So if Joe is the one in BSDCan who actually fired that socket, who is the owner of that socket, then it's actually going to block the packet. But if Joe is not the owner, it's going to pass it. So it's more like a reverse action. If Joe is the owner of that socket, it's going to block it. If Joe is not the owner, it's going to pass it. And then, but if Mac to BSD happens on a different interface, it's going to come straight to the default rule and it's going to pass it. So the limitations of this design is that we know Unix servers are designed to bind on root, and then later unprivileged users inherit the connection. If let's say a client is trying to communicate with the server, and then the root accepts the connection, the accept socket is being handed over to the unprivileged user. And so, but the thing about Unix servers are that the socket's credentials do not change. So if you try to do this ruling idea with Unix servers, you are going to get confused because it's not going to be effective, because I don't know if there will be a need to actually change the way Unix servers actually behave with socket inheritance. But I think if like normal SSH, if you want to do user protection with SSH, you can quickly go to SSHZ config and allow a particular user or deny a particular user. But I was thinking about it that now if we can able to find a way for this feature to also work with Unix servers, you can have a single way to actually protect servers on your machine, different servers on your machine by using firewall rules. Maybe you have this server bound on port, this SSH bound on port 22, and then packets that are coming to the address, and at port 22, you can actually configure on a firewall rule that, hey, block, maybe you want only this particular user to share resources and this particular user should not share any resource. You can actually use a firewall rule, but that was what I was going towards to try to see if it's going to work, but because of the design of Unix servers, it does not really work. So for now, it is very effective with normal user daemons, maybe things you create by root or non-root users, and then you would like to block packets to them based on the rule. But if you want to use a Unix server system, and then you know that obviously when the connection is accepted and you check your net stats, you realize that it's now a new user that is firing the traffic, and you get deceived to think that this is actually going to work with it. Because the socket that has been inherited, the credentials doesn't change. It still remains a root socket in this lifetime. So as I said, the Unix servers are bound as root, and accept sockets are inherited by unprivileged users. But the credentials of the accept socket forever remains root. And so you can only get effective filtering on only the root user. So even if you have a Unix server, and then you block packets to user A, you block packet to user B, you pass packet to user C, it is going to assume root. So it's even going to see it as you are saying block on root, block on. Everything should be root because the packets, the sockets that are being used remains root sockets. So as I said, we know that Unix servers bind to privileged ports number that are less than 1024, and for like a normal SSH application layer manages user authentication, authorization, and session management before they are being handed over. The kernel handles pre-root, listening sockets, connection establishment, data buffering, and stuff. And so with a common case like SSH, as I said, SSH passes server configs and load keys and certificates as root. SSH listens on port 22 as root. And then the clients connect, SSH accepts connection requests on listening socket as root. Returns in a fork child to handle established connections, still as root. Creates a new session as SSH session, still as root. But when it happens, it is being forked and handed over to an unprivileged user. But then you might think that is the unprivileged user now owns the socket. No, the socket still remains a root socket. And then so the SSD session negotiates encryption and key exchange, still as root. So you can match blocks and deny user checks in both process. And then session terminated midway if client is to be denied access to files through SFTP. And then authentication is completed and post-auth authorization follows each user to be allowed access. But then the process drops privilege and the session starts, now as unprivileged user. But as it has dropped privileges and now is now a session, the unprivileged user gets to maybe if you are so sending or you are so receiving. But the socket that is being used is still a root socket. So that is the limitation we have. Right? And I think it's not the same in NPF. I think in PF, using the socket, it's the same. So fun future project that I'm looking on to have a firewall feature that can give cross-database protection to Uniserver. If it's not sensible, then I'm not going to stress. But if you can have a feature like this, I think it's going to be great. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah?
Daniel, I saw something on one of the earlier slides that I think was a typo, but it gave me an idea to ask you a question about potential optimization.
Okay.
On the slide where you were doing the group on WM from Mac to BSD, the individual rules you had pass, in, on, but then you didn't name the interface in the line. I think the parser requires the interface name, right?
No, if you set the interface on the group,
okay, no.
setting it on the rule is not compulsory.
Okay, so I didn't realize the parser would allow that. And then, so it wouldn't insert BPF code to do the check a second time?
No, it would insert the BPF code when it's the rule, but I already set a BPF code when it's a group. The group
So
is just
do
to
it
check.
once for the group and not for the individual rules.
Exactly. So if you set the interface on your group, the check is just checking for interface match and direction match to actually tell the filtering log, okay, go here and go and look for the rule you are looking for. And that is when it's going to do expression based on the BPF. But and setting them are optional. It's not compulsory, but on the normal rule, so hence if you set a group on the interface name, the packets are assuming that all the rules in this group are on WM0.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the optimization's already there.
Yeah, it's already there.
It would be interesting, the last thing you were talking about, it would be interesting to think about whether we could pass a label on the socket and use the capabilities framework to say, okay, firewall said this was only supposed to be allowed in for a particular user ID. And it came in on a socket that's owned by root.
Okay.
But later on, the capabilities framework could say, we're not allowed to deliver this data to anybody except the user ID that the firewall said it was allowed for.
I think that would make sense. I think that'll work. All right, I'll look into it. All right. So no more further questions, I guess. All right, thank you for your time, and thank you for joining my talk.
Bye, Colin. Welcome, everyone. Are you enjoying BSDCan? Excellent. My name is Michael Dexter, and today I'll be talking about effective bug reports, code change reviews, and conference proposals. If you're in the wrong room, now's the time to find the correct room. Who am I? I have made my way to the Fediverse. You can find me at dexter@bsd.network. You can email me at editor@callfortesting.org. And I encourage you to visit youtube.com/@callfortesting for the production user call recordings. The group has been recording since 2018. They are wide open. The agenda is open. The calls are opening to everybody. And a super secret hack is that you can put an interesting topic on the agenda. It is unlocked. If it's interesting, we'll address it, and then you can sit back and watch the recording without ever having to drop into the call. Thank you. That's for Asia, who have some time zone issues. Who am I? I am a BSDCan organizer. If you are here today, I suppose I was successful enough on fundraising. Again, I hope you're enjoying it. I moderate those production user calls I mentioned. I'm very active in the Oregon-Latvian community, but that's gradually getting kind of international. And by day, I provide OpenZFS and small business training and support, a bit like Stefano did. And his talk was excellent. Go check it out. I normally talk about jail zones, OpenZFS Beehive, and you can check out all that stuff on YouTube and callfortesting.org, which links to all the appropriate documents. But today, it will be a little different. Over the years, have been somewhat proud to block a few releases, and I'm proud to have helped shepherd some features into upstream code thanks to the production user calls because, well, if there's an abandoned GSOC project, sometimes it's a low technical matter like a manual page that was not meeting someone's criteria. The code was fine, but the documentation was not up to snuff, and it's important to understand what is the blocker and what's the nature of it. And I've given a few talks. I do not know how many talks I've given. I've organized over 150 Portland, Oregon-based Portland Linux Unix group talks, and I hope you've enjoyed some of them over the years. So hopefully, this will be one of my single most valuable contributions insofar as it is not tied to any one operating system. It's not tied to any project. It will focus on one particular one, but that's simply where my experience is. If your project doesn't have bugs, I suppose you would never know where to find this bug reporting thing, and that's a great place to be in. So the topic is, again, effective bug reports, code change requests, proposals, and conference proposals. And of course, we all think, oh, we'll just put it out there, and they will come, and they'll find it, and they'll fix it. And it's like maybe more complicated than that. I'm OK with questions midstream. And let's do this. So the question is, what do all of those have in common? They seem like different functions in an open source operating system, environment, or project, or web stack, whatever you happen to be working on. But they rely on persuading people and convincing others that you've indeed found an issue, indeed that it's worth fixing, and that indeed we should, accept your talk to a conference, et cetera, et cetera. So I will go into just strategies on all of those. And those require communication when persuading people. And that, above all, is a non-technical function. And some projects do not leave room for non-technical functions, and that can catch up with them. And the broad theme, there's a balance of, say, the different sides of the brain. I'll get to that in a second, but we think we're collaborating all the time. We're communicating all the time, lists all day and night, but what's this about competitiveness? How we're all in this together, we're members of the same team, we all have the same whatever, yay, go team. But it's absolutely competitive. Bug reports are, I'd argue, competitive. Change requests, they're called different things in different projects. I'll touch on the specific ones. Grant applications, we're at a university. Are those competitive? Anyone? Show of hands? Adam. And job applications, mildly competitive. You know, the facts should speak for themselves, but not always. There are many softer factors that apply to all these things. So, above all, you have to stand out. And even if you're the most, or were, the most shy person in the world and could never in 1,000 years stand up here and talk before even a mid-sized crowd like this, but it just takes practice. But more to the point, in let's just say a FreeBSD context, if there are 5,000 problem reports out there, how does your new one stand out and get attention? Because you don't want to simply be 5,001, and if someone goes down the list numerically, you will be disappointed, you will stop reporting issues and move on for greener pastures, or whatever you happen to do to respond to that, but I've seen a little of everything in that regard. Do you become a marketing machine? Do you put like cool pink triangles and stuff on your slides and use a very businessy oriented slide? Do you have problem report press, public relations, PR? I mean, what's the secret? And no, I'm not saying you become a marketing machine, but there are some important aspects there. So a point of order, FreeBSD calls bug reports, problem reports, or PRs, not to be confused with pull requests, not to be confused with public relations, not to be confused with all the other PRs. I'm using broadly change requests, simply I want to add code. They call them reviews over there, which is not a Yelp thing, like, oh, you know, how many stars for this little thing I've got to add. So the overloading of the language does not help. And of course, for a PR, you go to bugs.freebsd.org. So there's even ambiguity on what they call that. So above all, as I just hinted at, there's all the left brain, all the technology, all the facts and figures, but there's also a little right brain to soften it out and deliver it. So does anyone recall the book, The E-Myth, from long ago, 90s, I suppose, about how small businesses, you're this visionary, I got a nod there, this entrepreneurial startup that many of us have been, and it's like, there's the visionary, there's the technician, there's the manager, and those are in fact competing forces. So when one person is diving in thinking, oh, I'll revolutionize the world with this new service or widget or book or whatever, you're competing with yourself, a bit like the technical and non-technical issues of all the things I've mentioned. We have a very unique demographic. We are all on some form of spectrum. I do not have my own personal exact diagnoses, but get the help of others. Those who have succeeded or not succeeded, reach out to those who are not doing well in it and follow those who are. We perhaps can all be paired up with someone to help guide us through the challenges of all this. So number one, this is super simple, but super important, and there are various terms for it, but the fronting and the weighting and prioritization of a sentence, and I'll get to exactly what that means. Bug reports are short, and you have like a collapsed browser that might chop your sentence in half. Maybe they zoomed in by clicking plus twice, and you've lost some of that, and you don't know that as a person writing. And so the fronting and weighing means put the most important stuff first. So for example, and broadly, too long didn't read is very real. You're competing with perhaps those 5,000 bug reports. Yours needs to hopefully stand out in some way, and people are skimming through, and some wake up every morning and diligently skim through, and you hope to grab their attention. So I'll work on some little points there. I am not explaining how to game the system. That's rarely sustainable, but there are some simple things you should do just to get the most basic awareness of those following along. So concisely get to the point. So for example, hypothetical bugs, hypothetical. Fortune 6, the thing is broke when I do that. Reproducible panic when I do this. So the maintainer of this should hopefully just latch on to that. And many will fly right past, and that's okay, because you want the one person who cares to pay attention. Reproducible panic are perhaps my two favorite words, insofar as it's visceral, and we'll get to that. Okay, moving on. Combine those. Fortune 6 reproducible panic when I or reproducible panic in Fortune 6, which is intentionally a low likelihood to panic on you, but that's part of the sort of morbid curiosity. You got Fortune to panic? Sweet. Hold on. I'm going to take a look at this. Gotta look. So, bug reports, single factor, single POSIX correctness fixes have made for conference talks, and months of work and months of convincing people. And so, title it like you mean it. You never know where it'll go. You might have found the tip of the iceberg on something. Someone somewhere was concerned that speculative execution might be a problem on modern CPUs. And thank you for the face palm here. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. So moving on, here's an example of that. The punchline, and it's always about the punchline, and it can be simple. Oh, we forgot a comma here, and Debian suppressed, I'm not beating up on Debian, but someone used like Coverity or something to suppress warnings. It's like, this is unallocated space, and that's generally bad, but when you're priming the crypto, you actually want random stuff. And so they truncated all the keys, and sad faces were across the internet. And so the punchline on this one was a tell-dear entry, which I had never heard of when I promoted the issue, and it did stuff. You can read the history there. But in that, and I'll give tighter examples, show your work, just like in school, just like if you want to, explain, as a co-founder of MikroTik put it, it's best you show me. Just go there like your teachers instructed you to. And if the headline, that short little brief few words that got their attention, like the reproducible panic in Fortune got their attention, respect the fact that you have their attention, and then provide the facts also in a weighted, prioritized manner. So weigh those two. I will gently talk to my slides because not everyone can hear me or speaks native English, et cetera, so deal with it. Be patient. And in respecting their time, provide at first no more information than is necessary. One can flood a report with everything about your system, including the brand of the mouse, but it probably doesn't apply to the Fortune utility. So just trust your instincts, look at other examples. And so again, in FreeBSD land, those bug reports are PRs at bugs.freebsd.org. So diving into one, again, this is where I've spent my time the most recently, so that's where my kind of current expertise is. It's a bit confusing, but bin is the base operating system. You may have found something in Beehive or ARM, which that's not a perfect balance. One's an architecture, one's a hypervisor. Like, yeah, okay, so learn to navigate that. Where you found it is very important. And from there, it's that summary that might get chopped off. And so you might have those 3 words out of that matter. And that will be in a list such that the description may not get read if your first few words there are not compelling, engaging, fascinating. So that said, tips on simply going through that form. Show your expectation, show the reality. I thought I was going to add a network device and then rainbows shot out or whatever your issue was. Show the sequence of events often. That's very important. How did you get there? Simply jumping to the punchline on the report itself does not tell the whole story. Show what's unique on your system. Never underestimate the power of a typo. You've been typing something wrong the whole time. The developers would never mistype it. You mistyped it and it panicked the system. Well, show how you got there. We are all very good at forgetting how we got there, especially off hours and especially trying everything. And then suddenly there's the thing that mattered and oops, we forgot. But do your best. And do provide hardware information when appropriate. A great many reports don't give the architecture, and that's increasingly important. Don't assume they're on 64-bit Intel, et cetera, et cetera. And with all these wonderful OSs, I'm guilty with OccamBSD, there are 1,000 million ways you can configure the OS. And those weird edge cases may reveal issues, which is great, but also there's an infinite number of configurations. So keep track of where you're at, because that rabbit hole you're going down, one, may need to be unwound, two, may have revealed something significant. So yeah, your unique configuration can reveal issues that others would never encounter. They've never tried that, and surprise, surprise, there it's an issue. In most Unix systems, uname-a is great. It's here's the version, or what it thinks it is. There you go. And just in general, some OSs are celebrated for the amount of hardware they support. Some are penalized for the amount they don't support. But certain ones tend to have crap support for crap hardware. So in the storage industry, there are, say, HBAs and NICs and ones that just should be avoided. And, oh, you're having trouble with the least popular, least reliable device. Spend that $35 on eBay and get the better one, and many of those problems will go away. And no, we don't want to diagnose the crappiest device out there. Just, I won't name names, but save everyone some time. I wish every vendor were responsible and made amazing hardware with amazing documentation and open firmware, but that's not for this talk. So, how did you get there? Is it immediate or over time? There was just a networking BOF. And over time in networks, it's like, well, the 100 millionth packet causes terrible things. Well, okay. Oh, and it's a mail server and a storage server and all these things. And one is to blame. One needle in a haystack of haystacks is to blame. We'll do our best to help, say, the developers, but that is a needle in a haystack, and hopefully you can narrow it down and find the path that, excuse me, most likely gets you there. And again, reproducibility is key. And we'll get to, oh, if you create a little script that makes the thing happen, it becomes very quick to reproduce by the developer, very quick to work their way back and let them set up a test framework, you name it, to get you there. So reproducibility is awesome. Again, the example, Fortunator, reproducible panic, and I'll go with the theme of morbid curiosity. It's like a file systems developer who sees that Fortune's causing panics might set aside what they're doing, put on some coffee and say, okay, I'm curious what's going on here. And sometimes it's a false flag, it's nothing, false, whatever the phrase I'm looking for, a red herring, whatever. But you may have stumbled onto something, and I've stumbled on stuff that has blocked releases. And I'm sorry about that, but it was better in the long term. And again, you're competing for attention. So crash dumps, you need not understand them to collect them and offer them over. Anyone, what's the state of LLDB and FreeBSD? Because the kernel debugger is external and you have to add it, and it suddenly gives you a nice crash dump without doing anything beyond package install GDB. I sure hope that comes back into base, and yeah, yeah. There are many talks on this subject. Sam Guider has a great talk from Asia BSDCan on crash dumps, and that was at a moment when things like network dumps were arriving. Thank you, Sandvine, and a certain person super active in development at the foundation, and encrypted dumps, and. So that's beyond the scope of this talk. Be nice. Be nice. Leading with, in that precious little subject, leading with FreeBSD sucks because of a reproducible panic and Fortune it's not going to help. So just chop off the sucks part and just focus on the issue at hand. And it may get attention, but not the attention you're after. So this was a doozy not too long ago for the 14 release. And again, reproducible zpool 8 panic with 14.0 release using the VM images. I reported that, and because I was doing acrobatics with VM images, I had no clue what was to blame. Makefs-tzfs was a new thing. So it's a suspect, but it's way above my pay grade to say. So I went with an attachment of the text dump of the panic. I have a script to reproduce the panic, re-upload it when I fix something. I have a core dump from a 15 current image, and the system is pretty good about letting you poke that stuff in there. So that is the description I gave. I've been exercising the images. For me, that's exciting. I do like ZFS mirroring. I do all kinds of crazy acrobatics that they were never intended to do, but someone has to do it. So I then gave some status output. It would randomly give all the errors on a simple VM image that's like 2 gigs in size, or 4 maybe, I don't know, and cause a panic, and on we go. This makes no sense to me whatsoever, but I know that it makes sense to the people I care about attempting to fix it. So cutting to the punchline, Alexander in the review made some observations, skipping some structures. I've never heard of ds_next_clones object. And it seems to be missing in the very synthetic unprivileged user usable makefs-t ZFS to make an image. And moving on, I look deeper. SPA version DSL scrub, obviously, and next clones. I don't think it will automatically regenerate these structures. Makefs needs to handle it. Found the culprit. I had no idea going in. I had no assumptions. I'm not here to blame. I just gave what I could to hand it over to those who are Mark, Alexander, geniuses. By the way, just thank them if you have a moment. So moving on, the true punchline, it ends with a commit. And Alexander just beautifully spelled it out in technical terms. And his summary is fix SCNQ races in old pools. Well, the makefs was being a very primitive ZFS implementation, which was interpreted as a very old pool because it only implemented the bare minimum that it needed, and then you enable feature flags from there. So reviewed by some very talented people, including the OpenZFS release engineer Brian Bellendorf, done by Alexander Mav at, and sponsored by X Systems, and changed 2 files. Great, that was, I found the needle in the haystack on that one. And so in advance, thank you for your help on any bug you report. Please, if you are concise, effective, and to the point, great. I was holding it wrong, arguably, but I had a vision for cool things to be done with it, and I'm going to push through till I achieve my cool things, and I think I blocked 2 releases with GPT bugs and this, and I'm glad they're fixed, and they're probably fixed forever. Yay! Or we like to say, as we like to say on the calls, you're doing Rod's work. Some of you will get that reference. So point of order. In FreeBSD land, there at times has been an assumption that if you want to fix a bug, this is your first step in becoming a committer with a commit bit and It's like, no, I want to fix that bug. Don't assume what I'm doing. Don't assume my intentions. And I may very well want to be a core committer, blah, 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 but don't assume. And the documentation is often written with this assumption in mind. So just take it with a grain of salt. Stay logical and Vulcan. Just step through it and provide the information you need to provide and do what you're doing. Maybe what you're doing is a secret. Maybe it's not. Don't care. But don't be put off by the fact that the documentation is like, OK, as part of your long journey as a new committer. It's like, no, I just want to fix the bug. I want the makefs thing. Just let me do my thing. You do yours. Great. We'll do it in parallel. So any questions regarding bug reporting? Any quick, cool stories relating to that? Can you save it till the end? Then I'll run around with the microphone. Cool. OK. Point of order. Adam has a question. So I wasn't sure what to call it, but code change requests. We'd like, moving forward, the OS to be different in some way. So some call it, well, you call it what you call it on your OS. They're called reviews in FreeBSD. And again, that's not a Yelp thing. And that's becoming counterproductive on all the AI-generated search results. Because if you're looking for those top FreeBSD reviews, I won't even go there. So this I learned, I think, thank you, Alexander. They are just bug reports, PRs in ports in FreeBSD, because they are. So Also a punchline. They now use Git, and they want a diff of what you're proposing. And there's the GIF syntax out of the manual. If that's wrong, it's wrong in the manual. That's a report to submit. And you can browse these at reviews.freebsd.org. So, above all, reviews must be reviewable. And that means several things, but let's focus on the most important ones. Again, you're competing. There are thousands out there. I couldn't find a list all reviews. I could find list all bugs. Maybe I'm holding it wrong, but there are a lot of them out there. Any open source OS is an infinite number of parallel moving things, and you're trying to like ride 50 horses at once in one direction and hope they stay in one direction and everyone's happy at the end. So there's that. Let's see, the Goldilocks of reviews. It's like, well, there's this misspelling throughout a page, or there's this white space inconsistency between one or two spaces after periods in this one document that's been touched by lots of people. You will occasionally get comments, well, it's not worth the churn. Maybe make note of it when you fix the content, but don't just tickle it and churn it and do the thing for the sake of cosmetic fixes. So that might get rejected. And of course, giant reviews get pretty promptly, well, no, not even consciously. Subconsciously, it's like, too big for today, over this one cup of coffee, move on to the next one. So you want medium-sized, referring to Goldilocks and the Three Bears, medium-sized reviews, and you may get feedback. Please chop this into the 3 major parts. Yes, Adam?
I'm just wondering, because I'm not involved with FreeBSD, does FreeBSD get like these sudden 75,000 line patches from people that no one's ever heard of before proposing to add functionality X?
Okay, the question from Adam is, does FreeBSD get these 75,000 line surprise broad-sided patches? I would categorize, and I'll touch on this in a sec, Powell Duodec's import of then ZFS was as a massive change, but from a well-known person. A completely unknown surprise dump will be naturally approached with much skepticism, and maybe it's a vendor that's been quietly, secretly fixing all the things, which is great, but transparency is your friend, and no one likes a surprise, as they say. So there may be examples. I know there were some big stink last-minute bcachefs drops on Linux, and Mr. Torvald said, dude, we're in like release candidate, and you're trying to like change all the things. No matter how good those fixes are, that now is not the time to just say, hey, here's all my stuff.
That was exactly what I was thinking of. Linux has had, just like random, like, oh, here's 20 megabytes of diff.
The example is here's Linux receiving 20 megabytes of diff, and yeah, it's there were recent examples, and they were very vocal and foul-mouthed, rightfully so. Others, or shall I move on? Anyway. Moving on, so there is a committer's guide. It assumes you're taking the first step in your long journey to become a FreeBSD committer, and GitHub and pull requests have somewhat made that non-necessary, and FreeBSD is kind of finding its voice on that. It's a journey, but it's all good. Statistically, you're not a new contributor. You may have just found a bug, or you think, hey, this feature would be good. I fixed the thing, maybe. So we'll get to when you have to take ownership of things. We'll get there. A good review, just like the report, is concise, of reasonable scope, has tangible value. Oh, we should move to this, the change default shell. It's like, well, yeah, and I love that you love that shell, but that doesn't mean everyone else loves that shell, and it's imports, and it's right there, so it will be an uphill battle to say, hey, we should move to my pet project favorite shell. Include tests if applicable. That'll make people happy, and if those tests are put into the broader test suite, great. That's how you make friends. Of course, more value than cost broadly, like bring in some crazy new file system, well, that will take full-time staff to maintain and keep going, or a Ceph, Gloucester, you name it, but it's like, no, keep that outside the base operating system, thank you very much. And of course, benefits a broad number of people. If you love that one shell and you think it should be on every system on the planet, that's great. Add it to every system you touch. Enjoy, but not here. And so pet projects. Cloud ABI got a lot of attention. It may have been ahead of its time. There are definitely talks at this conference. Check it out, what it was. It was like a simplified ABI for cloud applications. Great, it came and went, and without any hard feelings. It was the logical sequence on that. And about those giant diffs you mentioned, Powell brought in ZFS. And if no one knew who that was, that would be highly controversial. Powell has his name on nearly every geom layer, and in preparing for a talk, I just found that he's everywhere. I'm like, okay, yep, there's almost an implicit agreement. Yeah, we trust him. So yeah, and you're never done. That import of ZFS led to hundreds, if not thousands, of follow-on fixes, all of which I've been relying on for a decade. So thank you, Powell. So keep in mind, a review can be to remove code. And if you're crawling around your system and you find, I think it's Etsy phones, and you're like, what is phones? And it's this carryover from Berkeley or AT&T of like the phones for the office directories for the thing and the thing. It's like, or modems or whatever, like, okay, has anyone heard of it? Has anyone used it? And so maybe it's a candidate for removal. Maybe someone is relying on it heavily. Don't know, but just do your due diligence on asking around and finding out rather than being a jerk and saying, phone sucks. Like, no, it means you don't use it. I get that, but maybe someone does, blah, 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 blah. So not every contributor is a developer. Not every developer wants to be a committer. There are a lot of, in these circles, a lot of developers working full-time in companies. And they have their like liaison who does committing. And that doesn't mean that one person wants to be giving a talk at a conference and then all that. It's just accept people as they are. And overall, when proposing a change, I suppose you have to be persuasive. That's my bottom line on all of this. So you got to justify what you're doing. Bullying will not go far. Hey, this is the only way to do it. This is the one true shell. You stink for not using it. That will not get you far. Don't even try. There might be very weird brief examples when that was like amazingly successful, but maybe if it was like Robert Watson saying, okay, for FreeBSD, we have to do the thing. And they're like, it's Robert. Okay, but we're all pretty equal in that. All those bug reports are from people like you without any special class or caste or whatever. Just, it's all equal. Just justify your work, do your homework. Anyway, a fix should be obvious. You don't want a cure that is worse than the disease. It's like, well, here's the truly correct way to do the thing, but the performance is horrible. Okay, let's revisit that and find some middle ground because, yeah, and I'm seeing that firsthand with jail escapes. And of course, no one wants any real or hypothetical escape, but some of the mitigations are draconian. And what's the likelihood of actually hitting that, and or anything relating to root on an environment where you're implicitly root already. So it's like, well, you might go from root to root, administrative user to administrative user. So let's be practical on what you're addressing. And so it's often more complex than initially it appears. As a comment came in, yes, FreeBSD is not OpenBSD on those policies, on backing out journaling fixes, because maybe there's a better way, and just another way of putting all that, don't assume. How about that? Don't assume. Pet projects versus consensus. Powell's ZFS example is a great example of his literally week or 10 days pet project that became like the de facto, oh my gosh, we love it. Oh my gosh, we create opportunities, file system and volume manager. So it's all relative. In FreeBSD land, there are maintainers who are the person who maintain a subsystem. And John Baldwin's the Beehive maintainer, Jamie is the jail maintainer, and they have some implicit agreement that they do the right thing when they fix stuff. They are blessed after years of whatever to do the thing. Don't be upset if someone's not immediately saying you can put that in without any questions. It doesn't work that way. Moving on, as with bug reports, justify your work, show your work, justify the change rather. Avoid a maintenance burden. The idea of, as I mentioned, a stranger bringing in ZFS is terrifying. The notion of Powell bringing it in is reason for celebration and began a long, wonderful journey. There's a summit coming up. I hope to see you there. Embrace feedback. Don't be offended if someone points out that you've maybe got it wrong. They may be highly precise, and it's easy to misinterpret that as them being like mean, aggressive, and a lot of things, but maybe no, they are well-informed, precise. Just ask for clarifications. Ask a colleague for a second set of eyes on that response you got. It might be a highly technical response of a subsystem you've never heard of, like me and those makeFS bugs. Just ask, politely ask. And so let's see. As for, what's that? The hive mind, the collective, the people in this room. If you have an idea for like, I'm thinking I might import ZFS to the OS. What do you think? Okay, what do you think, you think? Because it's a huge, broad-sided, massive diff, and you have to, it's probably better to socially pitch the idea in environments like this, which are fantastic for it, versus here's my loud blog post, my review, my dedicated website about the thing, and it's kind of like jumping in before you've kind of done your homework. So take it one step at a time and you go. That's what I mean by hive mind. Moving on, firsthand from the jail and zones production user calls. Mecca is the nickname, had this clever way of addressing jail configuration. And it was a bit complex. It was complex, admittedly, by all involved. And the maintainer, Jamie, thought, what if we had an include? You have a snippet of configuration text, and you can include it where you want. And there was silence. And then there was, that's a good idea. And that's what comes from reaching out before you go too far off the deep end, building the thing the way you think it should be. And of course, someone might already be working on that. So secret projects are not always your friend, because maybe someone else did it smaller, faster, better, quicker, and yeah. And conferences are great for all that. I proposed the smart utility at a conference. I have no way of coding it. Chuck happened to be in the audience and latched on, and the timing was perfect because he was struggling with it. It was just, it's like, get the idea out there, communicate it, be persuasive, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a moving target, all of it. Every project is guilty of some amount of, we've always done it that way. UFS forever. It's better than EXT or something, something, something. Well, but just listen to the ZFS thing. So yes, in FreeBSD land, CVS went to SVN to Git. GCC became Clang LLVM. UFS is in parallel with ZFS, Groff and Mandoc. There's always something new. And sure, the FreeBSD has long had the notion of POLA, the principle of least astonishment. Change stuff when it's valuable. I'm very happy to learn ZFS commands. Don't just change the existing commands. No, they're fine. Just nope, nope, nope. I won't beat up on a certain other operating system, but just, you know, provide tangible value, valuable changes. So in that, just keep it in perspective. That takes time. Get mentorship from friends, from mailing lists, you name it, because no one can know all of this in a heartbeat with immaculate conception, whatnot. Any questions regarding the code change proposals, or shall we jump into conference proposals? Yes, sir.
I don't know if I can work, or you can just...
I can repeat, sure.
For reviews or reports where you can't physically do the work, either because you're not able to or you don't have the technical knowledge, what do you propose about collaborating with some technical person who can help?
So the question was what to do when you have something that you cannot do the work on. That was exactly me with MakeFS and ZFS and what happened to be partly GPT. I had no idea what was to blame, not a clue. Reaching out to folks like Mav, Alexander Moten, and who you perceive as the experts is invaluable, and they will point you to the correct person. So especially in these circles, oh, that's Kirk's department. Kirk's right over here, just he's really nice. So don't be shy. Be respectful and precise, and you will be delighted by what you find. So, yes. Front row, yes. Adam.
There is, am I live? Oh yeah, you're in the room. Okay. There is also the counter prospect, which is if you're the maintainer, you also need to be respectful of the user's time. I'm running into this right now with a bug report that I've got open in a non-BSD project where the maintainer wants me to use the developer preview edition of this and then recompile the plugin with these options and then see if it still does it. I'm just using this thing to do my job. I can't do all that. And this turns into the question, how do you navigate the dev needs you to test certain things that are beyond your capability to test? Do you just like pray?
Okay, and is that your question related to this? Yeah, okay, go ahead and I'll throw in my 2 cents. We have Vanna McAvoy here to bring you that.
Sorry, I got that on there. Sorry, not specifically BSD related, but a similar situation. I mean, I do a lot of interaction with third-party support requests, and you basically say, I'm having this problem. And of course, you give them as much information as you can, and then they come back and say, okay, well, I need a dump, I need a backup, I need this. And sometimes they ask you for too much. And at some point, you need to make the call whether or not you want to continue with it, because you're asking their help. And they have limited resources as well. So it's a back and forth. It's not so much that, you know, oh, I've reported this, please, you know, now make it your life's mission to solve my problem, right? If you're paying for support, you can do that. But in most cases, you're either not paying for support or you're not paying enough for support. So you need to set your expectations appropriately as well.
So my response will be, birds of a feather flock together is the saying if you saw BOF on the schedule there. Well, build your posse of people working on similar things. And if you can't test it, maybe a colleague can. There are some amazing new Beehive UEFI builds, and I have no time to test them. So my strategy is this wonderful secret weapon called Discord, where a whole generation of excited, interested people looking for more sane OSs, plural, have time that I don't have, and many of you no longer have, and just build that social network group of people in your similar shoes. And it could be a hard blocker like hardware. This bug on an Ampere 80 core system might impact me as a cloud user down the chain, but I don't have the system on my desk to poke at it. So you, by definition, need to find the person who has that hardware, that whatever. So they're out there, they're friendly, and never underestimate, again, the power of morbid curiosity. There are those with that mainframe at that university who will see a compelling thing that'll scratch an itch and they'll say, hold on, let me see. So do not underestimate the power of the wonderful people around here. Time check, few, I don't know. Conference proposals. 2:01. Until when? Oh, I don't know. Okay, so conference proposal. I know there are people in this room who have given talks. 1, 2, bunch, yay, welcome. I made it, yay. Thank you for accepting my talk. So, I do not know how many talks I've given. As I mentioned, I was the most shy person, believe it or not. And in many regards, as I put in my very first conference talk, I really just want my computer to work. All of this, everything I do, raising money for this event is simply me just selfishly trying to get my computer to work. So this is right out of the program. This is what got me up here today, these words. So you can read it online, but I give it some softer intro. You know, open source is participatory. And Unix, BSD Unix, specific to here, is no exception. And it has its unique qualities and events, like this one. And these three things I'm discussing are very important. And so, you know, what to make a bug report actionable. Those are the words. And I'd argue this is very non-technical. And that's very important in this. And I suppose I could rattle off the details of bugs.freebsd.org and reviews.freebsd.org and stuff in technical links that you probably know already that probably wouldn't get the talk accepted. So it's a soft skill. Everyone has a story to tell. Some are very simple. Some are a certain motherboard that would corrupt data rights every 100,000th block. Other weird things. So do not ever for a nanosecond think you don't have a story to tell. Please, I beg of you. You are the future presenters here. Yeah, so please make no assumptions. Every single one of you has a subject. I'm happy to tease them out of you if you want to meet in the hallway and just explore topics. If you have a passion, hopefully you're up here delivering that passion. If it's not obvious, I get kind of excited about this because it might help my computer work. So yeah, partner up if you're a non-native English speaker or native language, whatever the conference is. There are conferences around Europe in foreign languages, and I wouldn't do well at all in most of them. So find a partner to present with. There are many brilliant professors at universities who have the thickest accent you've ever heard. Hopefully they have an intern who can pair it up and get the message across together. Oh, snark, this talk could have been a blog post. Not everything should be a talk. We have social media microblogging. We have our own personal blog. There are a million ways to present a concept. It might not be a talk, so just don't assume that a talk is the answer to everything, regardless of how many I've given. Although that talk probably started as a blog post, which is great. It tells a story of how it went from this was acting weird, and then I discovered Rowhammer, whatever. From toot to talk. Keep in mind that these videos, thanks to the wonderful video streaming team, can be rewatched. So recycling the same topic over and over is generally not good. However, there are subject matter experts who have news on the thing, very strong in OpenBSD, where it's like, here are the new things in PF, here's the new things in this, and Bob pacing back and forth, and camera crew trying to catch him. It's like, this is good. Yes, we know they will talk about that. We've come for that. So, moving on, epiphanies are fantastic. You realize, wait a minute, either I'm doing it wrong, they're doing it wrong, the whole project has done it wrong for eternity. Here's another way to do it. Maybe we don't know how to solve it, but let's get the idea out there. Start a bunch of conversations, let 1,000 flowers bloom, you name it. If it's your eye-opener, it's probably an eye-opener for others. You're in a sympathetic crowd, please communicate. And the event itself determines how technical you get. This particular event has some extremely technical talks and some softer talks. And they're all valid at this particular event. At certain events, it might be strictly low-level stuff. Others, it's strictly community stuff. Just please calibrate it and be kind to the program committee by reading what they're asking for and meeting that need, as opposed to, well, I'm just going to throw this talk at every conference ever and see which stick. Please don't do that. So you want those bug reports to be acknowledged and fixed if it's genuinely a problem. So you've put your time into it. You want people to put their time into it. Please just, do your homework. Hopefully I've spelled that out reasonably well. As for a conference talk, presentation skills of some degree are assumed. The predominant language of that environment is kind of important. Hopefully you're great at that. Yay. And partner up, as I mentioned. Please do not bait and switch on conference talks where you have a great description and in fact it's a promo of what you're doing, it's a different aspect of it. There are codes of conduct, please follow them. Do not patronize and put down another project because you think yours is the best. Do not market. And there are some, yes, Ed. That's a tricky one because literally my whole talk is about marketing your issue and all that. So do not market your commercial service, et cetera, especially as a stealth submarine. Oh, it's a sales pitch appearing to be expertise on whatever. And having of your big, awesome company have the tech people present. And I see some from large vendors in the room who are awesome and they talk about technology rather than the marketing team who are like, here's my card, here's my da. So moving on. There are some checks and balances. You might not get invited back if you submarine in a commercial talk for your new product line, blah, blah, blah. You might not get reimbursed for travel if you just sit here yelling profanity at the audience for that 45 minutes. So just try to be welcomed back. It's a good thing. So to summarize, in all three of these seemingly very different functions that happen to be, in my book, really similar. Persuasion is important, show your work, be respectful, and have fun with it. I enjoy this. It's probably the best part of my week because, hey, I see people enjoying this and engaged and asking great questions. So thank you. Any questions? Did yours get addressed? Someone had a follow-up. This can mean I was perfectly clear or I completely bombed. You've never seen one of my talks? I'm a fire hose.
Hello.
Yes.
So one thing in my internship I did, I had the privilege/experience of being tasked with submitting patches for the Linux kernel, which is obviously a project known for a way to do it. But some of the particulars of that aren't the best documented by the project. And you just kind of have to go trial by fire and see, did it wrong, did it wrong, did it wrong. So from a perspective of someone who is looking to contribute to something like that for new time, or rather, from the perspective of a project that wants to be open to those sorts of contributors, do you have anything that you could speak of for that? For projects that can kind of, get away with more bespoke systems because of their popularity or particular needs.
There is a cursed few words, which is everyone knows that. Yeah. All the core developers know exactly how to format a review and what to offer, and they speak in a language one doesn't understand, so it's just like, well, release the mutex. It's like, oh, yeah, it's in the wrong spot. And you're like, what just happened? So follow those examples. I do say one of the single most valuable uses of bugs.freebsd.org is to look at the closed ones, as I've done. See what worked, see what's in the area you're interested in, see who's associated with it, watch what they're doing, watch their talks, just narrow in. Because it's overwhelming. There's an infinite number of, grain of salt, OSs and projects and subsystems and alternative file systems, and all the things. It is absolutely overwhelming. It took me a decade or two to just get my basic bearings on it. So just search has come a long way. Something like bugs.freebsd.org lets you narrow in. And it may be that a completely unrelated OS, if you're handling, say, virt.io, maybe there's wisdom to be gained from somewhere else and better, clearer explanations elsewhere. How many BSD people use, say, what is it, the Arch Wiki? Anyone set up XFCE? It's like, that's really good documentation, and a lot of it is cross-platform. So just trust your instincts, reach out, pair up with people.
Thanks.
Sure. Others? I do not want to stand before, lightning talks and the auction, so please stick around for those. And catch me in the hallway. Adam's got one more. I am relatively easy to find. I'm happy to talk to you.
Sorry, I'm doing the sin of commenting, not questioning.
No, really.
As far as the getting into a project, not specifically applicable to like if you've got kernel patches, but the entry point to almost any open source project in the world that most people can do is documentation. That is almost universally a valid entry point. Figure out how that project writes their documentation and improve it in little chunks, one bit at a time, submit those improvements. That gets you, it gets you more familiar with how this thing is supposed to work, because, well, you just read the docs probably 75 million times as you were fixing them. And B, it gets your name known in the project as someone who's actually submitting decent work, and maybe we should listen to this guy or person, sorry, when they have something else to say too. So that's the front door for a lot of people who aren't at the technical level to contribute immediately to kernel patches or whatever. I'm not saying it's going to work for every single person, but it is the most common front door among all the open source projects that I think any of us have ever seen.
And it takes experience to recognize good and bad documentation. There's some moments of horror on the production user calls where we thought, we'll just send the handbook chapter on the thing. It's like, that 2008 example is due for updating. Well, thank you, everyone. Get involved, submit these talks, enjoy. One more question there. Because if it's not obvious, I could go on all day, but that's not effective.
Just on that thing you mentioned, I think one thing is that it, in fact, sometimes takes inexperience to notice bad documentation.
Again, everyone knows that. It's like,
right.
No, this is not clear. This is exactly. So if it was not clear on the recording, it takes a fresh set of eyes to analyze if documentation is correct or not, or in the right context. Does it show intent? A lot of factors there. Last chance? Adam, 15th question? Yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you in the hallway. Thanks for coming to BSDCan.
Okay, I wasn't. Oh, that's weird. Okay, sorry, gonna take me a minute to deal with the echo back. Dan Mahoney with ISC. My talk is FFruit on BSD. It's all been FreeBSD, but from alpha to now. And the requisite slide that kind of covers my talk is XKCD 705. You've probably all seen this. It is an utter classic. And if you've ever been to ISC's corporate headquarters, you'll understand when we had one in the Bay Area, just how true this was. We've tried to keep FRoot, which is our root DNS server, uninteresting, which is good, but we've learned some things over time. So a couple of quick housekeeping things. If you want to just shout out questions, I'm fine with that. If somebody else is looking for hands and handing out a mic, that's fantastic. If I do this, it's not so I can give you the side eye. These are prescription sunglasses, and they're all I have on me right now. And I'm not going to get into heavy BGP stuff, heavy peering stuff, or heavy routing protocol stuff, because those are mostly OS independent and OS agnostic. I can talk about those all day if you let me, but this is mostly a BSD-centric talk. There's going to be a bit of Puppet in here, but it also has to do specifically with how Puppet has managed to play well using its core libraries in the BSDs, as opposed to just, hi, here's my 20-minute talk about, Puppet specifically. If you saw Roller Angel's talk earlier today, Roller's a big Ansible guy, and there'll be parallels there. I don't use Ansible as much. I don't know what Ansible does better, but at some point I'd love to see a side-by-side talk happen, just because I think that'd be cool. As for me, I've been playing with FreeBSD for longer than I'm always comfortable saying. I started a dial-up ISP in 1999 that a friend of mine had bought from a friend, claiming this internet thing was the next wave. I worked at a dedicated server farm for a few years, and when we wrote a custom ticket system, they're like, okay, we just need a button that says escalate to Dan. That's okay, because our baseline texts were just like, here, you deal with this. And I started with ISC in about 2008. We've reorganized a couple of times. There were a bunch of things we used to do that we've gone back to core competencies. So I deal with our internal systems. I care and feed VMware. I care and feed a lot of our mail operations, which is more political and more complicated than you thought it was, because things like reputation and DKIM and DMARC and the rest of those have made life way more fun. So all of a sudden, deliverability is a fun problem. It is more of a full-time job than you think. And then I deal with FRoot. I'm part of a 3-person team that works with FRoot. While we're talking about this slide, we have Ellie Sattler from Jurassic Park. I do not actually identify as a 13-year-old girl, but looking at the way that park ran and looking at the way 950 Charter Street ran brings back some memories. It was, there were some stories there. It's also clear that of the 2 computer people in the movie Jurassic Park, I'd rather identify with this one than with the other guy, because he got eaten, and he was kind of a jerk. And that's not the reputation I'd rather smart people get associated with them. Is they're just out to grab your money and they're out to dick you over. Also, 30 seconds of soapbox. Gender's a construct. Thank you, Canada, for setting up a lifeline for trans people that you can call from the US when the US has decided not to. Please reach out to other people who do not look like you. Sometimes you will see a person in tech who doesn't look the way you expect, or that matches their name, or that maybe doesn't look like they did the last time you saw them. People are humans. Treat them that way, please. All right. This is not my Linux bashing slide, but maybe it's a little bit of a Linux bashing slide. There's a website called the Linux Documentation Project, which feels a lot like a bunch of people who found a monolith in the desert and started writing down details of it and trying to describe it. And though it just fell upon them. That's what documentation project says to me, whereas the FreeBSD's documentation project is freebsd.org. I've tried running Linux. I continue to interact with it day to day, but I've been doing BSD for 25 years, and from the get-go, the questions I've asked I thought have been reasonable, cohesive questions, and I've been told I'm either using the wrong distribution, because there were many of them then, and there's more now, or why would you do that? That's a dumb thing to do. A base example was I was running Red Hat 7 from scratch, and I don't know if you know this, but when you install Red Hat 7, it installs a bunch of packages that you don't need. You go to install the base level of systems and you get cups for some reason. You need to print with your web server. And so I tried installing nothing, unchecking all the boxes saying, give me a clean system. I'm like, okay, but I want a C compiler. So I figured out how to install GCC. Download Apache, try and run it, checking for GCC. Yes, checking to see if GCC works. No. Hi, how do I fix this? Well, that's stupid. Why wouldn't you just use the installer? Use Anaconda. Thanks, guys. So the same things have been true. We have good man pages. We have interface names that actually stay consistent, that are not ENP32S0P0. That came up in another talk. You can actually configure your network with ifconfig. You can, we have standard startup scripts that are largely the same as what they've been for 25 years. We don't have this thing called systemd, which, is a thing. This is me soapboxing just a little bit because I love the project and I still feel like the weird kid in the room who, why do you run that, not Linux? Well, here's why. The other two members of my team, Ray and Omar, both of which came from the Linux world. And I keep hearing stories about, well, my BSD system is doing this now, and oh, this just works, and oh, this is elegant. Like, one of us. The general logic here is that BSD is, to me, and Stefano and Roller also touched on this, it's a way to work smarter, not harder, and FreeBSD doesn't seem to be in a rush to throw the latest blockchain AI CUDA nonsense into the operating system because that's what somebody upstream is pushing into it. So ISC, we'll touch on that briefly just so you know. We're a 501c3, we're a nonprofit. We, for the longest time, were headquartered in the San Francisco Bay Area. Our corporate DNA, our corporate history is we were originally a sort of skunkworks project at Digital Equipment Corporation, which founded the Palo Alto Internet Exchange. And as Internet exchanges became a thing, Paul Vixie moved on from that to do software that kept the internet stable, was given a startup grant, and so my past manager before Ray his lab was the one that had built the first firewall at Digital Equipment Corporation. And these are the people I've come to work with. I'm like, I might be home. This is cool. We make core internet software. We make the ISC DHCP server, which is now just strictly in maintenance mode. And we make Bind, which you might have used. We make a new DHCP server, which is Kia. It's a DHCP server that follows more modern standards, is more extensible, and has more Python pluggability. And that's what we're trying to transition people over to it. This is a lot of history, and most of it has a rich oral tradition. But if you ever find Paul Vixie, buy the man a beer and say, so whatever happened? This is a bookshelf that I found the first day I worked at ISC, and you can see there's every kind of operating system on there, all boxed copies, a good number of which I would become responsible for the care and feeding of because we had a lab where here's the Solaris box we touched Bind on, here's the HPUX box we're testing bind on. Here's the true 64 Unix box we're testing bind on. And you can see over there, there's old copies of BSDOS and BSDI and stuff like that. I didn't get to play with those, but just seeing them there made me realize, okay, we're going back. Also, 950 Charter had a bunch of hosted projects. We had a third of Internet Archive sitting in our data center. We had a rack about yay tall of the FreeBSD projects, dev machines. We had a full rack of equipment for the Network Time Foundation, that we had become the home for wayward open source projects. And we had a cooling plant and a power plant that, yeah, did some things. It was, if you've ever seen shows like Warehouse 13 or Babylon 5 or Deep Space Nine or Doctor Who, or you remember the Millennium Falcon, that building had a character of its own. It was persnickety, it was special, and it didn't like to be left alone. It could magically tell when I went more than 100 miles away from it reliably. We would fail an air conditioner, we would fail a Liebert UPS, we would fail something, and so it needed me there. Not related to that, this machine here, which did not fit into a rack at all, that I had to go buy crazy standoffs after bringing the rack down to Home Depot and figure out exactly what size thread they took, is the current FreeBSD mirror that we host. Thank you to Cluster ADM for setting a machine that hung out of the back of our rack by 6 inches and make it so I had to go do this. That was IX Systems work. And I had to go to the data center 4 times for that one. So the fun continues, but I digress. We still do try to help the project. We're still not a stranger to anyone here. And I'm also a maintainer for a couple of ports. I'm trying to take over maintainership of more. I'm trying to push my changes in reasonable ways, like what Michael said in the last talk. But it's a journey. And right now, I focus on the DNS. So if you don't know what the DNS is, you're using it right now, all the time. If you don't know what a root DNS server is, this is my quick 3-minute slide of these servers are at the apex of the DNS. They tell you where to find com, which will tell you where to find google.com, which will tell you where to find mail.google.com. You can ask them any question you want, and they will only tell you about the next layer down. That doesn't necessarily mean that all the questions that we get asked are intelligent questions. Lots and lots of people have misconfigured boxes that will keep sending queries up to them and ignore the caching. And then they may fall over to another server in their search list. But they think the right idea is the root servers are just like Google's 8.8.8.8. And I don't know how they're operating, and we have no way to contact these people and see them because we just see IP addresses. It also means that some bad routers will send us everything from .local and .netgear and all the domains that don't actually exist in the root. And since their local servers don't know how to do it, 90% of the queries we see are garbage. All we're sending back is referrals. We do not do any recursion on the root. So back in the day, before I got to ISC, before we did the thing called Anycast, it was 2 DEC alphas in a rack. And if you've not seen a DEC alpha, it's a box about the size of that chair there, with big stinking honkin' disks and real Ethernet interfaces. And there were 2 of them only so that when they started doing upgrades on one of them, they could go, okay, good, now we can reboot that one. Minimal downtime, that was how we did it. And we were the first, and I'm saying we here in sort of a honorific fashion. I was not around for this, it was way before my time, to do something called Anycast, where you take 2 machines and you announce them both into your local routing protocol, which pushes them up into your global routing protocol. Using something called ECMP, Equal Cost Multipath, you can make it so that each server will continue to receive the queries from a given host out on the internet. There's a tuple that's defined in your router that will make sure you always get the right queries. Obviously, both machines are saving the same set of data, and most of the time in the DNS, it's one query, one response. So there's not a lot of state there. We did that first. I think 6 or 7 of the root operators now are doing Anycast, and they're not just doing them between 2 machines in the data center, they're doing them globally. So we currently have somewhere around 50 nodes that are all announcing themselves out with a single IP address, 2 if you count the IPv6 address, into the world. And most of our nodes are announcing a slightly different net block that takes precedence over the slightly smaller net block that is global. So if you are at a site where we speak to you locally, you will get the local net block. If you're not at a site where you peer with us at a peering exchange or via direct peer, you will only see the global. And this way we can do things like keeping local traffic local. There are some no export BGP filters that basically say, don't let this route leak out. That doesn't always mean people respect those, and that's a regular thing. But that's more of the routing side of the talk that I could give it an anog or something that doesn't really play here. In the more recent past, when we scaled out to more nodes than just the one at PAX, it looked like 2 Cisco routers, again, so you have a redundant pair for failover. Usually each one would lead up to a separate transit. 2 managed switches. You really only need one of those, but it was to guard against hardware failure and stuff like that. And then 3 servers. 2 of them would just serve the root zone, same as in the original design. Plus, we put a management box in that had basically a local resolver and a serial concentrator on it so that it could talk to all the other things. That Z box wasn't in the critical path, but it was, as my coworker described it, the secretary at the door. For those of you who've moved in the community for a while and know Peter Losher, who also went by the handle TARDIS, most of these were deployed by Peter's Sky Miles. I mean, ISC paid for him to travel, but as he went to conferences, that was a lot of the deployment was, while you're here, you're going to set up a node, you're going to meet the local ISPs, you're going to meet the local IXs, and this will be the case for the foreseeable future. That's foreshadowing. Unfortunately, with any router, especially ones as old as Cisco 7200s, you run into a couple of problems. One of which is the size of the global routing table. The other is that these things eventually go EOL, and that's sort of a bad luck. So what we've arrived at now is as our routers reach DOL, as we start approaching the fact that the max RAM you could put in that won't hold a global routing table anymore, we also looked and said, oh, but the software routing stacks are really solid. There's a product called the Berkeley Internet Routing Daemon, BIRD, and interestingly, I think they stole our name. And also, interestingly, I think they never actually operated at UC Berkeley, which Bind did. But sure, maybe it's just because they're using the BSD license. But we have a single machine sitting in a rack doing all the functions of the prior stack. So it is speaking BGP to every peer at an exchange. It is speaking to us back home on its main OS connection. And we have an iDRAC on that, which is a piece of Dell hardware that basically gives us full out-of-band management. I can extol the virtues of Dell iDRACs over pretty much every other management configuration ever. They are really solid, and I've developed somewhat of a reputation in our little group as I am the iDRAC whisperer. I've managed to squeeze interesting things out of these that really could be their own little 10-minute lightning talk. I've managed to get the installer for FreeBSD running, the TUI installer, running in an SSH session to the iDRAC itself with no media loaded over SSH. We don't usually do that because we take the 10 minutes to log in and do an install, but it's a neat hold my beer thing. So we've got software routing daemons that speak BGP. And because we don't want to pollute the management side when I'm SSHing into the box to do a Puppet run or do a FreeBSD update or update packages, I don't want a peer stealing my route to the mothership. The only system that sees the big routing table that's been lured from the BGP peers on the exchange is a second fib. That's sort of the magic, that the second fib looks like the routers that we used to have in the old stack, and then internally we just have a short default static route. We're also doing our automation with Puppet. Roller did a really good talk about Ansible earlier, and again, I'd love to sit down with them and say, is everything I say is true here with Ansible actually true here with Ansible? Because I say some things. Anyway, because of the way the networks are different, we had a problem. We were getting 2 dedicated transit connections in, and what we really needed to get was, yeah, we need a transit that's really just going to be the management interface for our box, but now we need a second management interface just for the iDRAC, and while we can firewall that somewhat, the iDRAC does support its own ACLs, we also need you guys to let us do more than just BGP. We need you to get out of the way so that we can do our own job. So there was a little bit of reconfiguring at the transit level that required getting in touch with local sponsors. That's not necessarily FreeBSD specific, but you'll see why it's critical in a minute. We also had this problem with purchasing. I can buy a Dell PowerEdge right now, but mailing that Dell PowerEdge to Haiti gets hard. Mailing it to the UAE is really hard. You have to be an expert in international logistics to send these things out. You have to be cognizant in things like harmonized codes and the weird language of that. And every country is different, even inside the even inside the EU. Things get really weird. On top of that, it can cost twice as much. You can send that thing out and you will pay more in VAT than the value of the service. We're a nonprofit. That feels like a poor move. We also found out sort of late in the game that Dell's warranty doesn't apply. If you buy it in the US and then you say, hey, I have a server in Amsterdam that I need you to have a Dell tech show up to and replace a hard drive in, that service only applies in the US. So all of our purchasing is a little bit complicated there. So what we've done is, if you're an IX operator, if you're an AM6 or you're an MSKIX or a whatever, we'll say, okay, I'm sure Dell is a global brand, go buy a box in country, or if you have a spare, slightly out of warranty Dell box, set it up for us, we'll run it for you. At the end of it, if we dissolve our agreement, it's your box. But it's of a benefit to you. It benefits everyone in your country or in your region to have faster DNS service. It's something that you, as an exchange operator, you're typically asking people to pay for access to your exchange, so it's a value add for you, and the internet wins. We also work with a CDN to do some of our offload work, but we've held the belief that we need to be able to stand on our own even if the CDN remains up. That why are we doing this if our job is just to be the people who signed a contract with the CDN? That's sort of layer 9, but a lot of the DNS, especially root DNS, is layer 9. If you don't know what layer 9 is, it's a very, very political thing because it gets into the ICANNs and the IANAs and there are lots of meetings about this stuff, and we didn't realize, I didn't realize just how much of it would be politics when I came into it. I just like running systems, but it's woefully political. So let's get to my fun stories. We're doing this forklift upgrade thing. Turns out people are slow at ordering hardware. Also turns out it was 2020. Nobody's buying hardware. Nobody's going to the data center. If I call somebody and say, hey, look, I've got a system and my root partition's too slow or too small and I want to run FreeBSD update on it and it's crashing, so I need you to go down there and burn a CD for me. In 2020, people are not willing to burn CDs, turns out. Can you just go down there like, no, I'm not allowed to leave my home. Your thing is working. Call me back in 6 months. So we had, I want to say it was FreeBSD 9 and 10 that were going EOL, roughly around the same time. We had a copy of Poutier running in case we needed to build packages for those, but we couldn't do kernel updates. These machines were incredibly hardened. I wasn't particularly worried, but there was always the what if. I mean, it's 2020. What else could go wrong in 2020? Some of those systems that we've been trying to replace were even i386. It's a fun move. So I've discovered on 1 or 2 machines that I tried to do upgrades on that FreeBSD update will let a system die on the table. It'll fill your root partition midway, and then you'll get warnings about, LDSO invalid file or something like that while it's running. And then you hit Control-C and you're a system where you type ls and it says invalid object. Oh, that's not great. So I came up with a solution, and it says combat story up there, and I'm not kidding. So I tried it in a VM, and then I just said, okay, guys, I'm gonna try and get all the systems up and running tonight. I just had way too much coffee, and I'm just SSH'd into everything at once, and I blow away my boot partition and untar an MFS BSD file. At this point, I'm almost at the point of no return. If I hit reboot, I'm hosed. I pasted some nasty shell script into my root prompt that basically took my netstat, my ifconfig, and my hostname and stuffed it into boot/loader.conf, which MFSBSD, and only MFSBSD, knows how to populate those back into a running system. And then I typed reboot. And I ran a ping-a, which is the ping with audio options, so you get a ding, hoping for that heartbeat. It's like when when the space shuttle starts landing and there's the communications blackout and you're waiting for somebody with the binoculars to spot it. Please, for the love of God, come back and ping. And it is a sweating moment. But it did. And so, okay, you're up on a box, you're running in memory. Your old operating system is sitting there. And MFSBSD comes specifically with tools called destroy geom. Again, it's a scary tool because it will mop the floor for you. It will get whatever the heck you have out of the way, and then it comes with another tool called ZFS install that literally knows how to consume the OS tarballs right from the FreeBSD mirror site. And lo and behold, other than a few simple startup variables that I had to populate back in, because they had survived over from the bootloader as a lifeboat into my running system there, I rooted into my new install, pumped them back in, set a root password. That's not the root password we used, but it was a fun one for this slide. And reboot again, it came up. Your SSH keys are wrong, but we don't care about those. And then let Puppet do its thing. The box is back. Puppet brings in not only the rest of our security stuff, the rest of our users, the rest of froot services, the box is back to normal on a modern OS after that. Puppet does everything for us. And that was, don't get me wrong, this was not one box. This was about 25 boxes. Yeah, it was a night. And my coworkers come on to Mattermost. They're like, "Did you see the monitoring?" I'm like, "Yeah, I caused the monitoring. That was me. Sorry, I should have told you." But as of now, all the boxes I had to do that with have been replaced with the modern Dell machines. That was a nice trick to get us through the darkest night. It's an epic story, and that's why I'm sharing it here with you. But I tell people about this because FreeBSD lets you do this. FreeBSD just lets you, it's a tarball. If you can get on the disk and untar 2 files, you're good, you're solid. And as I looked at this and tried to describe this process to people, I had to go into my old documentations and my old scripts to see what was running. I'm like, why is this crazy trick not mentioned more in the handbook? Because I know other places that people would have been helped by this. And instead it's on Martin Matruska's little side page, mfsbsd.something.vx or sk or something like that. I'm like, this was a lifesaver for me, and I'm stunned that I discovered it. And since it runs in RAM, okay, sorry, my volume went down. I wanted to make sure I was still broadcasting. It's gotten me thinking about, okay, if I wanted to do a secure service, what else could I do that's completely RAM-based, that I could deploy an SD card or a CD-ROM or an ISO? Maybe not a physical CD-ROM, that's a little old school. But it's got me thinking in that way, and because it was, the Swiss Army knife, once you know what you can do with a Swiss Army knife, you get very, very aware of how much you can do with that tool. So I've got story number 2 here, which is that we have Puppet. I've mentioned it a couple times, and what Puppet does for services is it's aware of FreeBSD semantics for starting and stopping services. So it knows that to enable a service, you're going to be tweaking a knob in etc.rc.conf or etc.rc.conf.d/service name. It's aware of the fact that the sbin service command is what starts and stops services. It's aware of what mechanisms are used with service to do, is the service alive and running, and it can check if a service is running. It provides a really good abstraction layer. And what happens with Puppet is, since you're deploying discrete files with each service, so if you're running bind, and you're running Apache, and you're running SSHD, not the best example since SSHD is part of the core OS, but if you're deploying bind, and you're deploying postfix, and you're deploying, I don't know, another service that writes to log files that need to be rotated and puts their own config files elsewhere in user local etc, it means that you've got the granularity that you're not trying to merge a bunch of config files together. You're not trying to merge together all of logrotate.d or new syslog.d. You're putting things in subdirectories. And I like that idea a lot. And so I came up with a service that runs on froot called announced-d. Yes, like so many services, that looks like the English word announce, like the past tense of announce, but it's pronounced announced-d. I wrote it, I say so. So it's just a shell script that runs and polls the DNS server running on your local host. If it responds cleanly, it adds an IP address to loopback 1. This is the routing magic that allows froot to withdraw its route safely if for some reason it stops responding. If bind dies and just refuses to start, this thing will say, bind isn't responding. It will rip the IP address off of LO1. Bird will say, hey, I can only announce routes to BGP that I have myself a route for, so I'm going to withdraw that. And so people who are living on the IX will get a route from our global nodes in other places to those things. The BGP session itself will stay up, but they'll basically be announcing their routes to us, but getting no route to froot from us. And again, if you have BGP questions, let me know. I never claimed to be a BGP expert, but I kind of had to be for this job. I'm still not an expert. Let me pre-clarify that. I'm not a CCIE or anything like that, but I know enough to do my job, which is how sysadmin works. As I mentioned earlier, the idea of writing a service like this is you want a proper startup script so that it starts. You don't want to just start it from rc.local. You want Puppet to check, is this thing running? Is it enabled in rc.conf or the per directory equivalent? And what that meant I needed to understand was proper rc.d scripting. So in that black box there, that's all that is in Puppet that says you have named that needs to be running. The first line ensures that it's actually started, and if you don't have the enable true, it'll do a one start with the service command. Otherwise, it'll just do a start. The enable command controls the named_enable variable in rc.conf or rc.conf.d. And this is the cool thing about Puppet. If you were on a Linux system, it would enable it in whatever crazy way systemd wanted for your specific distro. It takes some of that abstraction and makes it easier for you. I'm not saying you shouldn't also know how to admin your system, but it does make your service management more simple. But in writing a startup script for this, I read through the documentation. There's a nice section there with individual dots that say startup and management of a simple service. There's also startup and management of a more complex service where you need to have PID files exposed. I used the daemon tool to run this, and recent versions of daemon let you do things like expose a PID not only for the daemon command, but also for the child process that it's running. And so in doing this, I found a tool in ports called rclint. I'm like, okay, I want this thing to be future-proof. Let me run rclint on this. No errors. Cool. Let me run rclint on etc.d or etc.rc.d. Oh, I should put in a PR for that. And I think I may have volunteered to take over fixing a bunch of mainline rc.d files so that they actually play nice with this tool. Mea culpa. Puppet also does a cool thing where it ties into our monitoring setup. We use Nagios. It's old school. It's not cloudy and special. It doesn't draw a bunch of pretty dashboards. It just pings things or runs an agent on your box that pings things or checks services and sends email. Now that sends email can be a script, it can call a pager, it can call out to PagerDuty, it can do whatever you want. A plugin can do whatever you want. They are just scripts that output status codes and extended status data. So turns out, because of the photos I showed you before with the overheating air conditioners and the overheating server rooms and the overheating everything and the airflow problems, I got really good at writing Nagios plugins a long time ago. So I've written tools to interrogate Liebert UPSs that just have a serial port coming off of them. And like one Ethernet port that only negs up at 10 meg half and only speaks SNMPv1, and you can't even set a community on without plugging in the serial cable next to the high voltage board. I've got pictures, I'll show you if you want. It's terrifying. I've written tools that, because we've had some older systems that got deployed with whatever RAID card we have or whatever RAID card was donated, it's whatever RAID is on that box. So we have a check multi-RAID that looks at TWCLI, SACLI, MFIUT, MCT util, Mr. SAS util, Megal CLI, ZFS, GMIR, and it will report, okay, we're pretty sure you have a single disk. It says DA0, but we're not 100% sure if DA0 is a fake single disk provided by your RAID card, or these other tools say there might be a RAID there present. And that's useful because sometimes you're SSH into a system and you realize, oh, it's still reporting a DA0, but it's broken. I've written tools to talk to old APC UPSs. We had a transfer switch and a generator, and the tool that interrogated those involved ring transducers. I'll let you figure out what that looks like. And then there's the Dell iDRAC. I've said nice things about the Dell iDRAC, but one of the cool things it can do is, if you look at a recent Dell at the SNMP MIBs, which I've spent way too much time in, there's a single OID you can look at that's basically analogous to the flashing orange light that comes on the front of the box. If you look at, there's a single health LED, or a single health OID rather, that will report critical if anything else is wrong in the box. After I get that, I can ask and go through all the OIDs I know about, check your storage, check your RAM, check your fans, check your power supply, check your everything. And so it gives me a one-point check to look at all of our boxes out in the field. Also, talking about RAID cards. Did you know that you can crash a RAID card by asking it for status too much? Especially if it's got a failing RAM or failing disks. Turns out, pulling a Michael Jackson on the raid card and just saying, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, are you okay? Yeah, it's ask me how I discovered that. Anyway, because I'm not bad with the Nagios, and we have Puppet, there's something in Puppet called a virtual resource. You can define a single resource for a service in Puppet that does nothing itself on the box. But what it does do is, on another box, you can say, for every box I put this service on, run this loop, where you can deploy templates for each individual box. And that is stupidly cool, because it means by adding one line to my config manifest for every froot server out there, or one line per service in my config manifest, my Nagios self-populates. Everything that Puppet knows is alive and that has checked in recently will automatically wind up in Nagios. We also do fun things like we use custom facts inside Puppet that a Puppet run will run IPMI tool land print1 and it'll pull up your LAN IP. And we can look at that, and we can look at the DMID code of the box and say, oh, if it has this LAN IP, and it's also got a model number that ends in del, it's got an IDRAC, which means we're going to add this set of monitoring to monitor all these profiles, and it might have, otherwise it's a generic ILOM, and all bets are off for monitoring, but at least we can ping and SSH the thing. The consistency among other ILOMs is sort of not quite there. But since we're trying to standardize on some flavor of del, we're usually in pretty good places. But what I get from this is I get a bunch of files. Again, the magic of the rc.d files. Nagios knows how to just load every file in that directory, not just a single monolithic config file. So every host name has a single file in a directory that Nagios knows how to load, which gives us the ability to say, oh my God, I'm sorry, this is really, really ugly. I'm going to push a button here and it might do the wrong thing. There we go, sorry. That might wash out the cameras, I might have to switch back. But literally, all of these came from templates. I've pulled in 2 host defines, one for the v4 and one for the v6 host. And we don't monitor every service on the v4 and the v6, because if I'm checking my load, for example, I'm only going to be checking on v4. It's going to be the same load whether I ask it over v4 or v6. I don't feel the need to check it via 2 protocols. That doesn't buy me anything. But for a service like ping, I do care about both sets of ping. I do care about DNS latency on both service types. So all of this came from one type, and just adding, for every service I've defined in Puppet, I can go in and define another template that gets populated from this. And once you're used to doing it, there's a little bit of a setup step, because you have moving parts in like 3 places that you have to set up. But once you get in the rhythm of it, every time you define any service, you go through and say, okay, we've got the service set up, it runs, now we do the monitoring, and we never have to think about it again. It's a really great rhythm to be in. One of the other cool things about Puppet, and again, this is not my love letter to Puppet in any way, it's been frustrating, is that if you do things on a Git branch, it populates those with a tool called R10K into a different Puppet environment. So you can say, okay, this machine is in this weird class of things I'm monitoring, load only that environment, and it will run a completely different set of things. Puppet's descriptor for most services is the host name, so we can lump host names into classes. Those classes load. This is very Ansible-like as well. But there is a way to do development in a nice, clean way where you merge your Puppet manifest back into production. So this is what we get based on that single line. I don't think, this is a VM. I can't think of what else I would really want to know about a DNS server running on a VM. I've got all the, I know bind is alive. I don't really care about its performance because it's a stealth name server. But I do care about the rest of these things. I care about if it's overloading because that means I need to adjust the VM itself. Most of the time, these things all read green, but it's kind of magic that I don't have to, every time I add a box, go in and edit a config file. It's great that way. So yeah, this is reiterating what I said. As soon as you deploy any host, you get on the box as root, you do package install Puppet 8, Puppet agent-tv, and even if you have not defined a config for the box itself, we have a base config that deploys and gives it proper SSHD settings. We don't actually use PubKey authentication. We're Kerberos shop, so it'll turn off PubKey authentication, it'll turn on Kerberos authentication, it'll turn on GSS API authentication, it'll add the system using a script on the back end to our Kerberos domain and deliver a key tab into the files directory. It'll give us all the base level monitoring plus monitoring for any service that we've deployed, and it'll do all the firewalling. I say it right here on the slide, and I'm trying not to just read my slides. I'm trying to sort of talk freeform, maybe a little bit fast. Since so many of our systems are out in the world, in the big bad internet, firewalling is absolutely key for us. The only service we want to expose to the world is the DNS protocol. So IPFW is key here. The iDRAC can protect itself a little bit. The OS is its own problem. And then I came to a realization, which is that IPFW doesn't load from an IPFW.d file. You can set firewall type in rc.conf to a file name. You can set it to simple things like open or client or some other weird flags that I don't remember. But I said, why not? I just went through the work of learning how all of RC order works. I just learned how to write practical startup scripts with RC order. Why can't we take RC order and part it over to all of our IPFW files so that on boot, it just looks at IPFW.d and runs those lines in order. So as soon as you deploy a service, not only do you get monitoring, you get the firewall rules that precisely that service needs. And if that service needs to phone out to the internet for something because it's a caching DNS service that needs to contact other DNS servers, you can set that. If it's an authoritative DNS server, it doesn't need that. It just needs to get packets in. Okay, cool. We can put all of this in a rule. We can define a firewall type for each and have them all go in. I should probably, after this talk, have another look at the PR I put in and see if it's worthwhile. But we've gone in and we've defined, just like regular user local etc rc.d, there's meta classes that say, services, startup, networking is up. So we've got some meta classes called outbound, routing, and services that define roughly where in the tree things should be. We, if a service needs the routing daemons up first and it runs a service, we'll start that there. And then we've also got rules that say setup and final. So the setup rules will do things like, allow any to any via LO0, allow these ICMP types, allow these, set up the final, do things like let us say, okay, last of all, allow all from any to any, or deny all from any to any, regardless of what the syscontrols have defined, that basically let us have full control. So for security reasons, I'm not pumping my entire firewall stack into my slides, but I've sanitized the one for SSHD just so that you can see what it looks like. So at the top, we have a rule called SSH_service. And you can see it has the classic RC order, require this, provide this, and before this. So all of the services run before the rules that let things out to the internet. We go ahead and we actually create a named table. And on a reload, that table SSH clients create will not cause an error. It will not crash IPFW to create a named table twice. And it adds a rule that says allow from what is at this time an empty table to me 22 in setup. Later on in the stack, this second rule is going to run after that because it requires the clients. It's going to add our VPN IPs to that same block. So for every single class we could do for a box, I'll give you an example. Our corporate jump host is only going to allow from the VPN. We may have other clients that will allow from other boxes on our network. It's just another define in Puppet that add another file into ipfw.d. Puppet will automatically restart any service it knows has changed. So on your next Puppet run, that file's in place, ipfw is refreshed, and suddenly you're good. We don't run Puppet automatically all the time. Some of the times we use a mass SSH command to push our changes out so that we can actually sleep sometime. But the idea here is this is the one missing service in the deification, that's my word for this today, that says, okay, how do we make it so that this is modular? And it's turned out to be a game changer because I'm not building a static firewall config that any config can break. Because it runs in a loop that says, for each of these, run IPFW on this file. If a file hands a crit, it jumps over to the next file. If I'd done these as a single unified file, as soon as it hit a critical error, it would drop the file. So you'd never get to your default allow. So this actually is a way cleaner, saner way to do things. And I'm running, what time do I run to? I think I run to 50. I may be done early. I'm sorry. So let me bring you to the third of my stories, which is Dell's DRM. Now, DRM seems to stand for a couple things in the BSD lands. There's the one that has to do with your video drivers, which I don't know off the top of my head what that is. There's also the... Rendering manager. Say again?
Direct rendering manager.
Okay. I thought for the longest time that it was like, so you can watch Netflix, like that DRM, the digital rights management. I'm like, okay, that's why your video card has that, so it can speak HDMI, CEC, and like sure, somebody wrote a whole module for that, that's fine. And the more I read about it, I'm like, no, that's not that is, but I don't play much with the video subsystem. So we've asked people to get Dell hardware. Sometimes they get Dell hardware that they've retired from active service. Sometimes the same network card they get is not something we've tested with. It's, oh, our reseller gave us this one, this is a current spec, or this is we bought a fleet of 50 of these and this is the network card that was in it. We'll give you one of our spares. Sometimes we get weirdness. Sometimes we get things that haven't been updated in a while. And so Dell makes a tool. I give an example. This does fit in my combat stories because this took us forever to figure out. When you're on a peering exchange or an internet exchange, they really hate when you put out broadcast traffic. They hate when you put out Cisco Discovery Protocol or Link Layer Discover Protocol or you're spewing OSPF traffic into the WAN. They notice that and they think you're a noob and they will jump on you for it because it's broadcast traffic. Everybody on the peering exchange with all their big expensive Juniper routers and Arista routers is getting that traffic thanks to your inability to turn it off. And so we had a Dell branded. It was made by someone else, but it was it had Dell hardware or Dell firmware on it. 10 gig network card that was putting out LLD packets on its own. You did not see these with TCP dump. The card itself was doing this. There's a phrase I say a lot to a lot of automation stuff. That phrase is, stop helping. Please stop helping. I know you think that's a great feature, but it's not. Now there's a knob that you can break into the BIOS to and turn that feature off, but it wasn't in our version of the firmware. Because of course it wasn't. So we had to do a firmware upgrade. Luckily, we already had thought about this. Dell ships a product I could have gone on the Dell website, found the one version of firmware, logged into the iDRAC, uploaded the firmware, hit deploy, and it would have been good. But Dell makes a tool. It runs under Linux. I think I Linux bash it on the next slide. It's a Java program that will poll Dell for an entire range of servers, download all the possible updates and patches for them, and cache them on a server that you have on site. It will, the packages are signed, so I feel comfortable doing them over the internet. There's nothing secret about these packages. So I can go, if we have an FRoot server in Guam, and I say, you haven't been updated in a while, I can go into one page in the iDRAC, either via the GUI or via SSH, and say, check for updates. It'll give me a command back and say, yeah, okay, well, there's a firmware update for your BIOS, there's a firmware update for this. Since you've got a Dell branded RAID card and you've got Dell branded drives in there, there's actually firmware for your hard drives that might make performance better, or moreover, might stop them from crashing because they're doing the wrong thing. This is brilliant, because otherwise the command to update firmware on systems, and I know because I just built a system for my partner. I'm a Mac person by day. I see it as an extended deck term. I don't need to talk about the firmware on my Mac. She's a Windows kid because she does things that are artistic and only available on Windows. And we had to patch for the late gen Intel bug that makes them overheat. And it turns out the answer really is you're still running a DOS executable to update your flash. Like you'll break into a UEFI shell, but you're still saying load this DOS firmware, like phlash.exe, and I don't want to be pushing out DOS ISOs to my Dell boxes to run these things. The Dell iDRAC itself knows how to do these things cleanly. It will cleanly shut down your system, sending the right ACPI commands. It will boot into a nice little progress bar-y thing that you can see on the virtual console. It'll announce it's done. It'll log events to your system event log that you can see in the iDRAC, and they'll boot back into your OS when you do these. I have not seen this kind of good from anything made by Supermicro. I haven't seen this kind of good from anything made by HP. I honestly think the marketplace needs more competition, because I don't like the vendor lock-in, but man, this is sweet and it makes my life easy. My problem there is it's Java. And not only is it Java that wants to install using a Java version of install anywhere, which is basically like your classic Windows install shield. So you need to run the installer in a GUI, which means I need to have a Linux machine with a GUI sticking around so that I can run the installer for this thing. Once the DRM is up and running, it runs as a service, so non-root users can run it. It can run entirely from the command line as well, so it's okay once we're there. But I thought this was such a cool thing. Sometimes I will blog about the day job, and I wrote a Medium article about it because I could not find anything about this. This was mostly a journey of discovery, and week after week, when Medium sends me emails, they're like, hey, this article here has more views than anything else you've written about, anything else that may matter to you. I'm like, that's cool, I guess. Clearly more people are searching for this, or AI really wants to know about this and is trolling my Medium. I'll take it, obviously. For a while, when I searched for Dell DRM update, it was the first hit on Google, which put me above Dell's stuff. That was kind of neat. I thought that was kind of, but it's out there. Kenneth Finnegan also has managed to download a bunch of files from Dell.com. So if you go to updateyodells.net, he's cached all the updates that they don't make available anymore. And you should probably look at those if you have older hardware. They are useful updates. But it bothers me. This is Still Java, which the whole point of Java is that it's supposed to be able to install and run anywhere. Why am I not running this under FreeBSD? And that's why this is in my combat stories is, what if one day? I would love to try and make it run, but I run into the problem of, okay, but this is critical infrastructure. Do I want to run it under the OS that they're not saying I should run it under? It's a hard problem to solve. But there's also a Dell tool called RackADM. Anyone who's ever worked with a Dell server knows about RackADM. It's basically a command wrapper that throws commands at your iDRAC and returns specialized responses. And you can SSH to your iDRAC and run an internal version of RackADM, but there are some tools and some use cases that you absolutely need to have RackADM running on either a Windows or a Linux box, which again is disheartening to me. For example, to upgrade the license on your iDRAC, if you've gotten a version of an iDRAC that only has the basic license that doesn't give you a virtual console, you need RackADM to install a new license file. You can't just browse to your iDRAC and drag and drop a license in, which is dumb. You can't easily, programmatically deploy new SSL certs to your iDRACs without RackADM. You can do it for one, but you're not going to do it for 50. And we have enough out in the field that we care about this. Because the day I have to go to one of my devices and click ignore SSL warnings, I want to never have to do that behavior. I put in the work to make sure we have good SSL certs with our own CA, so we keep them licensed. I have discovered that RackADM runs under the Linux emulator. I put in a port for it. I got some interesting questions back about why do you need to pull in these specific libraries? To which my answer was, I don't know, that's what Dell wants. I don't know that that was a good answer, but, but it's closed source software. I know putting a port in for closed source software is complicated and tangly. I know that by putting that port in, I might have, it might not be within the spirit of the license. So I don't know if that'll ever work. And I'd love to speak to people about that. Should I just leave it as an unofficial port? Should I try and push on this? Or what have you? The other thing is that Dell gives you, if you run an agent on the OS side of your Dell server, and again, I'm talking about Dell more than I'd like to, but this is where I live. If you're running an agent on your server, there's a lot of cool things that happen. That your iDRAC, when it has an error, can actually make things show up in varlog messages on your Unix machine. It means that you can actually use the internal commands on the OS side, not the iDRAC side, to do things like completely cleanly shut down your machine in such a way that it's almost as if you'd pulled both power cords to drain all the capacitors and boot back up. That's not available with any other tool. There's a list on Dell's site that lists like 20 advantages to installing the service module. The service module is available for Windows, of course. It's available for all flavors of Linux. Well, not all. There's too many flavors of Linux. But most of the popular flavors of Linux. And it's available for VMware ESXi. So the enterprise platforms. And we have a good relationship with Dell. We buy reasonable amounts of their hardware. They've accepted bugs from us. In fact, some of the fixes to Dell's SNMP MIBs that they ship out are bugs I've pushed. So that's a little point of perverted pride. But I've said, hey, has there ever been thought to this? And the answer I've always gotten is a hard no. That said, I know that if I put a Linux on a Dell machine, I can probe the heck out of it and say, okay, well, what services are running here? Can I K-trace them or whatever? Can I reverse engineer this and make a pseudo Dell service module? It would be a long project, but it's definitely interesting to me as this would be an epic hack to like bring us back into the main line of, you can do this stuff on FreeBSD too. Yes?
Well, I'm wondering, looking at this list that you have here, why you haven't done more to just bypass the Java and all the crap and use the serial and serial console. Because the FreeBSD can happily be configured with the serial console, but then you just SSH at the interface to come in on the serial console of FreeBSD.
Okay, so the question was, why am I doing all this Java stuff where there's a serial console? The Java thing specifically I was referring to is only the tool that downloads the software from a repository and deploys it into a directory on our server. That's Dell's repository manager. It's just a fetch the updates and stuff them over there in some directory reachable via Apache.
You're talking about the Java, the remote screen.
No, on pretty much every modern Dell, your remote screen is going to be HTML5. We've gotten past that nightmare, thankfully. There is a blog somewhere on my site that says, please, please, here's what you have to do to Java to get it to load older screens. And I'm not going to lie, there's a UTM virtual machine sitting on my M3 MacBook Air that'll still boot up Windows XP for what I have to deal with the not iDRACs, but older Supermicros that haven't gotten the right updates to do those, because ask a sysadmin, we have a Windows XP machine sitting somewhere to talk to that shit. I said a bad word, I'm sorry, but it really is garbage. The whole idea of Java should be write once and run anywhere is out the window when you try to do this stuff, because, oh yeah, it's write once and run anywhere, but with SSL libraries that have been ripped out of your operating system and out of Java, and you have to go in and re-enable the ability to set the security slider back down to medium, and then maybe you'll be able to run it. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. We are already running more than 10 minutes over. So
oh, I thought I was till 3:30. I'm so sorry.
No, 25.
I thought it was till 3:50.
At 45, the next the lightning talks begin. So
oh, I'm sorry. Somebody's trying to throw lightning at me.
Quickly.
I legitimately thought my talk was till. Can you give me 2 minutes to wrap up? Yeah. Okay. I'm so terribly sorry. I was afraid my slide deck would run over or would not last as long. Anyway, 2-minute wrap up, promise. So at the end of the day, we're a small team running critical internet infrastructure on commodity hardware. It's super cool. And a lot of these machines are out in weird places. We try to do it with physical hardware because we don't trust the underlying substrate of, here's a VMware with a Docker on top of it, with a thing on top of it, with a thing on top of it, on top of some hosting provider's stack. This thing has to speak to other people speaking BGP at large ISPs, at small ISPs. It's core critical internet stuff. And so it is, we don't trust a lot of, here, I'll just give you a Raspberry Pi to run this on. The other reason we don't do that a lot is because these are announcing our IP space. As soon as we let somebody announce something that's in our IP space and they don't have root on it, there's not only a layer 8 problem, but there's not only a security problem, but there's also a political problem of why have you done this for somebody without serious contracts, and how did you vet these people? We've run a few VMs for FROOT. I will say the one place we've run it for obvious reasons is in Ukraine. We have totally said yes. For you guys, VMs can work for right now. We need to talk about a more permanent solution, but at the moment, we work with what you got. We've also deployed systems with, I was talking to Alan Jude at the ZFS BOF. These machines are deployed with unique passwords that we keep centrally. So if you were to break into our machine and look at our Etsy password, all of our main accounts are just going to have stars in them. There's got to be a root password because there's got to be, but it's unique per device. So if you want to sit there and brute force our root password, it's going to be you're only going to get the one that's good for that box.
All right, next session starts in 5 minutes.
Yes, I'm wrapping up now.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Please don't throw more lightning at me. But I have looked at the idea of booting those systems up in a way that they could boot up read-only and then phone home to get a key based on their TPM attestations. I saw a Juniper talk in this exact room about 5 years ago talking about the TPM work. But at the end of the day, what we're serving is public data. You can download the root zone yourself. It's not a secret. It's just we'd sleep a little bit better at night. If you really want to capture our traffic, it's a plain text protocol. You can do that on the wire without compromising our box. The DNS is still complex. There's a great talk by Bert Hubert called the DNS Camel, where we keep talking about how more and more people are loading things onto the DNS until it breaks. We've experimented with small deployable boxes like Raspberry Pis and Minnow boards, but we run into the problem I mentioned earlier, which is that we won't let people announce our IP space. And my last bullet point is, and other people have touched on this, this is critical infrastructure. This is literally core functioning of the internet. As cool as some of this stuff is, I really like it when it's not exciting. I'd like it to be stable. I'd like to be able to sleep at night and not have, not try the next whiz-bang thing. So it's been a careful journey of steps, but there's definitely been some fun stories to tell. And that's it. Sorry for the overage.
Okay, go. So hi, I'm Olivier Cochard-Labbé. I'm working for Netflix. I will show you something, a feature that was committed long time ago, but the developers are very development focused. So when they commit, and their commit message are very technical on. This is interesting, an interesting example. Initially, I'm a network engineer. I like looking the FreeBSD commit list with just a log one line, and just reading a lot of just the title of the commit. So if you see the title here, new P file, KPI together with, what does that mean? I have no idea. So I try to read all the commit message. On the last chapter, is interesting. Another future feature. There is something about performance, and yeah, perhaps there's something interesting here. But as a PF firewall manager admin, it's okay. There's something here, but I don't know what. A few months later, Drew, he commits something on the Mellanox driver. On the title, okay, he enables a new P file. Yeah, but what's exactly how to use it? What's that? On the commit message, the last chapter, this is quite very interesting. He's explaining me how to filter at high speed using a firewall to high speed filtering by using a tune driver on dropping at very, very early stage. And this is a feature we are using at Netflix on our OCA server. So the driver we are using mainly, Mellanox, Chelsio, Flip for Intel, and VTNet for the lab. We're already ready for this feature since a long time now. And what's the benefit? Let's check. Okay, this was a very, very basic lab I made when they were developing. So just a simple example. So I have two packet generator. I have just one box. I'm using this box as a router here on the middle. On the last side is just a packet receiver rate. I will use two setup, a standard IPFW setup with a table which deny a table of a list of non-packet. I will say a source IP address. You can use any toolings to fill automatically this table regularly. But because on this use case it's like a router, I don't care about technically. It's not a firewall; it's a router in this use case. Or for the Netflix use case, it's a HTTP server. So which means I don't need a firewall at the output side. I want to take care about the input attack I could receive. So I disable the IPFW on the output side from the IPv4 or IPv6. Then I'm using, I will say, okay, let's try to have fun. I will generate 20 million packets per second of legitimate packet. And I will measure what's the rates on my receiving side. And then I will start generating a DDoS, which means 40 million packets per second. Why? Because 20 plus 40, it's 60 million. It's a maximum of a 40 gigabyte NIC card. And then I can start have fun. So this is an example. It's a few years. So I have only a 40 million packet per second generator at this time. So this is when I start generating legitimate 20 million packet per second, and I'm increasing the dose rate. So the blue line is a standard IPFW filter software. On the red line, the best one, is when you ask the pfill on the NIC level very early. So you can see that you can drop, I will say, 40 million packets per second, and it's still able to correctly, I will say. You have some lost, but it's quite okay, I will say, for receiving 40 million packets per second just for one server. And this is quite old. It's only 16 core, so yeah, it's quite full. So we are trying with Chelsio. So yeah, this is a Chelsio. You see, we are seeing a big benefit on the Chelsio card. So the red one is a good one. And this is a shame because it's a very great feature, but very, very bad communication about that. So this is but the best feature was the older hardware we have. Oh, it's I say it's 5 years I made this bench. So it was still very old server, old 10 gigabyte, and we can see some quite large improvement. So it means that if you have, yes, public-faced internet server, with this kind of feature, it's quite very, very interesting to have a quite big high packet rate of DDoS feature, stuff like that. I think that's it for my slide. Oh, yes, we are hiring. Netflix.com, you can go to the search, you type FreeBSD or OpenConnect and try to, that's it. I have time, I think, so do you have some question about this use case? Can you raise your hand who is aware of this IPFW feature? Okay, so I'm not the only one not understanding the commit message. I'm happy, yeah. Okay, yeah, so you were not aware. So question? Yes?
Do we have this in here?
No. Christoph, why Christoph? He's not here. No. But I think, I don't know, I'll let Christoph answer the question to Chris. Another question? Yes?
Yeah, Mellanox 7.
What?
The Mellanox 7 card. You got a Mellanox 4 card you're talking about?
Yeah.
What about the number 7?
Number 7? What do you mean, number 7?
The Connect X7. Sorry,
Ah!
400 gig.
Okay. I didn't know. We are using them, but I will. I don't have data about it. I don't want to talk about it right now. It's a good stuff. Other question? Okay, just for information, the Chelsio is a tools called 6GB tools, and you can configure the TCAM. So Chelsio NIC have a quite powerful ASIC, and you can configure the TCAM of the Chelsio to have like the same line rate feature too. The problem, if you are doing that, you are bound to Chelsio, and this is something we didn't want. This is why we are trying to pushing software-only generic solution. But Chelsio is a problem. Chelsio, same problem. To being able to find some documentation about how to configure, how to use a 6GBU tool, it's not easy. So that's it for me. Next one.
Thank you. So a few weeks ago, actually a few months ago now, I came across a bit of a problem from a customer. Customers always ask awkward questions. So, thank you. My question is, do you have a red pill? So it's just to do with LibreSwan, it's to do with containers and virtualization, whatever you want to use. It's just a problem. But my question is, does anyone have a solution? So the thing is, we have IPsec interfaces. FreeBSD, or NetBSD, I think, had theirs first, then Free, and very recently, OpenBSD added their interface. They're all different, and yeah, I think you can see the evolution, which is why I gave that order, but they all seem to work. The thing is, they're just like a normal interface. You can configure them, you can do routing rules for them. It's just the thing that's there. And LibreSwan snuck in support for all three BSDs in 5.2, which came out on a few months ago. So, hey, cool. What do these interfaces look like? I'm going to use another operating system because I'm taking a blue pill. So we do an ifconfig. We have a look at the interface. There it is. It's got an address. It's got a subnet. We add a route to say any packet intended for that other end should go through this IPsec interface. And we do a ping. Hey, use this local interface. Send a packet to the other end. And wow, it's up. And look, traffic. Yep, we have traffic flow through this interface. All really good, really straightforward. Now let's take the red pill. Sorry, bringing it up and all the rest of it. So where are we? When I take the red pill, what I discover is that my interface is not really there. What I actually have is the outer kernel, and it's created a namespace, the Linux term, and has taken the IPsec interface, has pushed it inside a namespace. And so now my program runs inside the namespace. But my Ike daemon, Libreswan here, or any daemon, is running outside the namespace. The critical thing is your security for this container is outside, but your little program doesn't have a clue. It just thinks it has an interface. It thinks it's talking to the other end. And lo and behold, outside, there's all this stuff to get the communication going to the other end, wherever that is. Now my question is, how do I do this on the BSDs? Now I have a hunch there's three answers. One is you do something involving VLANs and convolution and all the rest of it. The other is, yeah, okay, didn't think of that. Anyone? Any questions about what am I talking about?
At least with BGP, there's a file and etc. where you put most of your config.
There's nothing. This little thing just has an IPsec as a device dev thing. On the outside, you have config files, but on the inside, it's just the device. Yeah?
What's a red pill?
Well, the matrix. You've got to live in Australia. When you take the red pill, you discover this whole new world. Your reality is revealed. Sorry, but you're as old as me. Come on, the matrix. Yes?
So on FreeBSD, you can have a VNet, which is a separate network stack, and so you can have a container and have move an interface from the host into it, so that application would be the only one to see that interface.
Okay, that's my hunch.
Between them as easily as.
It's not a single, here, stick this inside your namespace.
Well, it is, but it's a harder namespace than on Linux.
Okay, so I should look up VNets on FreeBSD. So there's promise. Yes?
So I know that on OpenBSD was quite you can do the same thing with our domains.
With what, sorry?
Our domains, granting domains. Effectively VRF.
Okay, VRF, that's another acronym we'll have to add to it. So has anyone got an OpenBSD solution? Well, this is the newest, so they've got more to catch up. That's all right.
You basically want an IPsec tunnel in another namespace.
Yeah. Customer turned up and went, we want to do this. And I go, okay.
I think OpenBSD can do it with a separate routing table, our table, which is much the same as a VNet or whatever on FreeBSD. But I'd have to test it to be sure. Wouldn't want to guarantee it would work.
Yeah, it's like this is just create the name, create the device, push it into a namespace, and we're done. That was so easy. So VNets. Anything else? Okay, cool. I'm really ahead of schedule. Next person.
Hello. Graham made that. It's beautiful. So I want to talk about increasing consistency in manual page synopsis sections, particularly on FreeBSD. We have in section 1 this format kind of everybody understands, where the synopsis is not going to tell you how to use it. It's just if you know how to use it, you can peek at all the options that are there. And that's so nice. The description will tell you what's going on with it, but you can peek up there and check it out. So that's for user utilities. For libraries, we have much the same thing. There's how to include it, and then different syntaxes you can use it with. System call, sorry. For libraries, we have the same thing. Then we get to games, and we see the same thing. Root utilities, section 8, same thing. And then even kernel interfaces all have the same thing. But then when we go to section 4, we have this prose. I think this prose is inconsistent, and then it's a constant source of people kind of bike shedding of how should we say it, or should we say nothing because in a generic kernel dev match will load it, but maybe building from source and building toolkits is an important use case, so it kind of gets lost in there. So I noticed in VT and a few other manual pages, we have this. This is, to me, consistent with what's going on in the other sections, but then it does require some boilerplate in here to explain what's going on, but then we can explain it a lot nicer and we don't have to abuse the syntax. So intro 4 says, kind of buried, I'm trying to fix that, but don't hold your breath, that the top lines are how to put it in your kernel, and then the following, we don't have anything saying it, but for the following is options in RCconf, LoaderConf, sysctl, and so on. So that's all. I just wanted to share that and try to create some more buy-in. I've been rewriting some of them this way, but I hope that we can use this and then increase the consistency of the ideas in the manual, maybe create more buy-in from the next generation from it. Any questions?
How many man pages are we talking about?
There are 740 manual pages in section 4 for drivers and other kernel interfaces. There's maybe probably 20 of them that are this way, and then the rest of them take a multitude of different formats, mostly like what Liquid.io was doing in the previous slide, but it doesn't have to change today. Alan?
How many utilities don't have a synopsis section at all?
That's a good question. I have no idea, and
But NetStat didn't have one until I added one.
thank you, sir.
NetStat is really complicated because it actually needs 9 different synopsises because it runs in different modes. It gets really complicated. Maybe we can find a better way to describe that as well, because the NetStat man page is daunting.
I've wondered this with some of the utilities, like, I know I just went on a whole thing about not abusing the syntax, but maybe sometimes we should have subsections in synopsis. And I don't know if ROF will let us do that. It probably will.
Aren't you using Mandoc?
Yeah.
Dr. Christophs.
That sounds good. Those guys are kind of wise and keep a whole thing, they're like, well, if we do that, then there's this implementation that you're just hearing of today that will break with that. And so they keep it very stable, which I really appreciate. I'd rather that this stuff looks bulletproof than maybe has the shiniest features. Thank you.
I will not forget to remove my mask because you are intimidating, but okay. I will explain a little stuff interesting we are doing too. It's how we are using production environment for our test, and why we need that. So we have a little definition when I'm talking about CDN. So it's a content delivery network. It's called Open Connect for Netflix. And when I'm talking about OCA, it's our physical, it's the name of our server, Open Connect appliance. And we have different terms about member, clients. Client, when we talk about clients, is a Netflix software running everything, everywhere. And the device is the device itself. So the optimization we are doing on the FreeBSD, so we are using the standard IP stack. We don't have using DPDK or NetMap or stuff like that. It's a very standard TCP stack. The file system is UFS for the storage disk, on ZFS for the operating system, for the snapshot feature, on boot environment mainly. We have multiple TCP stack running at the same time. This is quite interesting. I think it's 3. Peter, do you confirm? Yes, 3 stack? 4? No. Okay, so Peter is a TCP 4. Okay, so Peter is a TCP developer. So which in this case we are able to do A/B test, and we can even select which kind of client will target which kind of TCP stack on the same server. So it's quite a great feature that FreeBSD has. So we are using Nginx, and it's all open source stuff. And for the regression test of this part, so the CI, so each time there is a, oh yes, I will talk about. So I will talk about doing CI on test. So we have lots of clients, a physical client. Let's try to imagine the number of TV that you have nowhere of the brand of smartphone of. Okay, so I joined Netflix this same month. And 2 weeks after, I've learned that we still have one running on customer watching movie on this kind of device. It was quite so. Let's try to imagine. Let's try to build on a big lab with all kind of physical device you run on. How do you end up with, I don't know, 1,000 of like you try to automate it, so you have to plug something. So there is no way. I mean, on all Wi-Fi, all ISP network in the world, so there is no way to be able to correctly, be able to emulate the traffic our server are receiving. So hopefully what we are doing, FreeBSD have a crazy, the regression tests that FreeBSD have are crazy. If you compare to a Linux, I try, for example, I try to check what's the Ubuntu distribution, what's the regression test. They are using the Linux test project, which is a kernel only. But what about all the, I don't know, all the software they embed with? So with FreeBSD, you are testing the kernel, you are testing the baseline. So this is what we are running on our firmware, on the OCA firmware. And then we have a crazy TCP stack test. It's a packet drill. So you have in the net TCP test. There is thousands of regression tests specific to TCP. And so Nginx provides the Nginx test suite too. So and we have some custom test, very specific feature we are using. So each commit or each pull request, I'm running lots of, I think I'm running multiple VM in parallels. So there's just 3 VM, one for each TCP stack. I split the FreeBSD regression test list in multiple parts to have to optimize and to try to have a result after less than 40 minutes because it takes a long time. But so at the end, I know my server, okay, if there is no regression at this part, you say, okay. And so every day, what I'm doing with my colleague, David Wolskill, he's a FreeBSD guy too, I don't know, you know his name, sure. So every day, we push this, the very hot, warm, the latest release of the day, and we send it to production. For that, and we'll start, so we have about 50 pairs. Why pairs? Because I have to take care of that the physical server are all very the same. If there is some hard disk failing on one, we have to disable on the other one. They need to be on the same rack, but sometimes we have some difference. But this is a big job to check we have exact the same physical pair. And then we run 1A, 1B. On the next morning, we collect lots of data about TCP, number of clients, the behavior, every TCP stack. There's a lot of data. I think every morning, I mean, we are working with a data scientist to automate this part, but still today, I think I have hundreds of graphs to check or to manually to compare with my colleague for that. So this is every day. So every night, you have a lot of customers who are served by very, very, very hot code for the day. It's working well because the Netflix clients, so the software on your device, are quite smart. So when he starts to serve, to display some video, he's opening multiple TCP stacks, so I think multiple OCA server, only monitoring if he's receiving packet or not, and so he's able, without have to opening new TCP stack, TCP session. He have a already ready TCP session, so he can very, very quickly switch to one server to another server, which allow us even to reboot a production server on with the buffer, the buffer size. There is no, the customer sees nothing. So it gives us lots of possibility to work with the production server. So this is quite very cool. We can still create some bugs. For example, if you break some SSL specific client, it can impact the production, but this is very, it happened. So this is every day. On every 4 weeks, Gleb has created something that is called the stabilization weeks. So every 4 weeks, we synchronize our FreeBSD because it's almost the upstream version with the current branch, and then we run a production, a big longer. So this is for the release. We will deploy it everywhere. So it's a longer test. It's a 4-day test, and this is ABBA test. So it's a 4 days. It's why 4 day? Because, like I say, we try to have exact physical server, but science and physics, you can have some difference, which means by using these two ways. So this is an example of test. So this is a power. This is the power consumptions. So it's the same server, almost. Perhaps one is lower in the rack and one is hotter. So one is cooler than the others, and the fan, I don't know, but the fan could be a little bit going faster. Then it consumes a little more. So this is why we are switching. For 2 days. After 2 days, we switch, and so we can check the difference, and we can confirm it's a difference in the code or not, if it's physical server or not. So this is it. I think it's done, and we're still hiring. Question? No? Okay. Next one.
Hi. Hi, I'm Z, and I fight bots in my free time. I'd love to do it full time, but that's not financially in the cards yet. I made Anubis. Anubis is a web AI firewall utility that stops the bots from taking out your website. It's basically the Cloudflare Are You a Bot page, but self-hostable. And without this. Scrapers have CAPTCHA solvers built in. These CAPTCHA solvers are effectively APIs that just have underpaid third world humans in the loop, and it's just kind of bad and horrible. So Anubis is an uncaptcha. It uses features of your browser to automate a lot of the work that a CAPTCHA would, and right now the main implementation is by having it run a bunch of cryptographic math with JavaScript to prove that you can run JavaScript in a way that can be validated on the server. I'm working on obviating that because surprisingly many people get very angry about having to run JavaScript, but you know, it's within the cards. So Anubis, open source software, written in Go. It's on GitHub. It's got like 8 kilostars. It works on any stack that lets you run more than one program. It works with, we have examples for Nginx, Caddy, Apache, and Kubernetes. It's in your package repos. If you do ports for FreeBSD or package source for NetBSD, please bump the version. I'm about to release a new one, but please bump the current version. So you might be wondering, what's the story? Why does Anubis exist? Well, this happened. I have a Git server for my own private evil plans, and Amazon's crawler discovered it through TLS certificate transparency logs and decided to unleash the hammer of God. And that happened. You know, they had the flamethrower of requests just burning down my poor server, and it was really annoying because I was trying to do something and it just didn't work. Also helps if you don't schedule your storage on rotational drives. But now I published it on GitHub, and like 4 months later, look at all these logos. There's more logos that I forgot to put on here and will be in the version on my website. But like, yeah, it's used by FreeBSD, NetBSD, Haiku, GNOME, FFmpeg, and the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Honestly, seeing UNESCO just through a random DuckDuckGo search made me think, maybe this is an actual problem. And like any good problem, it's a hard problem. Why is this hard? How do you tell if any request is coming from a browser? This screenshot right here uses Pale Moon, which is a known problem child in terms of bot detection services, and something that I actively do test against to make sure that it works. But how do you know if any given request is coming from a browser? It's very hard, and I have been trying to find ways to do it better. But the problem is, in order to know what good browsers look like, you have to know what bad scrapers look like. And the great news is that scrapers look like browsers, asterisk. So you have to find other ways, like behaviors or third-party or like third-order side effects. It's a huge pain. So as a result, I'm trying a bunch of fingerprinting methods. These are a lot of the fingerprints that I've listed here, like JA4, JA3N, are all based on the TLS information that you send to every website, whether you want to or not, because that's how security works. I'm trying to do stuff based on HTTP requests or the HTTP2 packets that you send to the server, which you have to do in order for things to work. And I'm falling back to, can you run JavaScript, lol? So in terms of things I want to do next, like obviously I want to do better testing on BSD. Right now my testing is, does it compile? And because I've written it in Go without CGO, that answer is yes. I want to build binary packages for BSDs, because even though I think it's better suited by downstream ports and stuff, I still want to have those packages as an option. I want to do a hosted option like Cloudflare, because some people just don't want to run Anubis but want to run Anubis. I want to do system load-based thresholds, so it only kicks in is aggressive when things are actively on fire. I want to have better Node.js support, which will include like every way to tell something is a browser without JavaScript in ways that make you read all of the specs and then start having an existential breakdown. I want to do stuff with WebAssembly on the server, because I've always wanted to see how that would blow up in prod. I want to do an IP reputation database, Kubernetes stuff, end-to-end testing that doesn't suck. And finally, there's one of the contributors that I really want to hire, but I can't afford to yet, so I'd love to when I can. Also, if you work at an AI company, I know AI companies follow me. If you are working at an AI company, here's how you can sabotage a newest development as easily and quickly as possible. So first is quit your job. Second is work for Square Enix. And third is make absolute banger stuff for Final Fantasy XIV. That's how you can sabotage this the best. Anyways, I've been Z. I have stickers. I'll be in the back. And thank you for having me here. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. There's a question in the back.
Well, as the con chair, I've been griping about people making comments instead of questions. I'm going to abuse my position and make a comment. You saved my butt. Thank you.
You're welcome. The comment was, you saved my butt, thank you. And you're welcome. I'm so happy that it's worked out. It's a surreal honor to, let me get back to the logo slide, because like, this is nuts. Like, let's just look at this. That's GNOME, that's Wine, that's Dolphin, that's the Linux kernel, that's ScumVM, that's FreeCAD, and UNESCO on the same slide. What other timeline could we have? This 2025 has been wild. Any other questions? Yes.
So, how are your feelings? Because, I mean, you're basically trying to solve not a technical problem, but actually, I mean, it's more of a problem of society. Do you think it is winnable that way, or do we have to fight this problem in another way and make people, well, smarter is probably the wrong way, wrong word.
I am not sure what the end game is for this. I started out as developing it for, I want my Git server to stay up. Then GNOME started using it. And then it became a thing. I put it under the GitHub org of a satirical startup that I made up for satire about the tech industry. And now that has a market in education. I want to make like a web application, this into a web application firewall that can potentially survive the AI bubble bursting, because right now the AI bubble bursting is the biggest like threat to the business, as it were. So a lot of it is figuring out how to pivot and do that. Like I've also made build tooling. I made a build tool called Yeet that uses JavaScript to build RPM packages. Yes, that does make sense. Yeah, it's a lot of complicated problems, and there are a lot of social problems. But if you're writing a scraper, don't. Like seriously, there is enough scraping traffic already. Use Common Crawl; it exists for a reason. Any other questions? Okay, like I said, if you have questions and don't want to voice them, go to anubis@zserve.us. That QR code takes you to the docs. And yeah, have a good day. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Test 1, 2, 3. Okay. The closing session. Thank you all. Almost done. Critical thing to do. In the opening session, I thanked various staff, and one of them was Graham, who is shy and retiring and would really rather be packing the registration desk. So, for your applause, this is Graham who busted his ass. I also want to thank someone else in particular, but I'm going to delegate that to Adam, because a good con chair delegates everything.
Specifically, some of you know that I've had some pretty serious health problems this year. And Melissa Muth, if you would stand up for a second. Not only, I will repeat that. Some of you know that I've had some pretty serious health problems this year. Melissa Muth, who has just stood up, not only volunteered to help out at the last minute with like no warning, did not know what she was getting into, has in fact since then continued to take on additional tasks that needed doing. This con would not have happened this year without Melissa not knowing what she was getting into.
Okay, so I want to do this quick so we can get to the auction because no one cares about me. Some logistics things first. One of the train routes is down this weekend. This may impact your trip to the airport. Know about this. We're saving lanyards. If you are, we will have a box at the reception. And if you are not going to the reception, the box is on that table. Leave us your lanyard, we'll recycle it next year. I'm delighted to see so many new faces here. And a lot of old faces as well. I've heard so much about planning for the future this weekend, and BSDCan is all about community. We say it's about code, but in truth it's people. Take care of the people and you'll get code. Once a community meets the need for day-to-day survival, food, shelter, Wi-Fi, they do two things. We protect the weakest folks and we prepare for the future. And BSD is this deep community. Some of us have been coming here for a long time. And if I think back, say 20 years, here's baby Dan. And okay, baby Dan. Now, the thing is, I showed pictures of baby Dan last year, and if I ever show another picture of baby Dan, it really better be unique. So, the scary thing is, Kirk was younger then than I am now. And the truth is, I would die of shame if Kirk ever thought I was picking on him. He's done more for this community than anyone. So, I must compliment Diane Bruce for illuminating the depths of my soul. How do we do this? We do it with sponsors. Our lovely bronze sponsors, Clara, ISC, and NetBSD. Our wonderful silver sponsors, FreeBSD Foundation and TarSnap. Our first gold sponsor, ARM. And our second, Apple. And finally, our platinum sponsor, Netflix.
So when you all go home, I want you to chill out by watching some Netflix on your ARM-based MacBook. And if you help us get another high-level sponsor, I'll have to come up with a new joke next year. Okay, speakers. They're why we have a con. So, get us your receipts. We want to pay you. The goal is the complete reimbursement in 30 days. There's always a couple weird outliers because banking is stupid and money is stupid. Yay, Graham! There's an extra item for the auction found in 11:20 a few minutes ago. Yep. A few seconds. Okay, it's at auction now. 11:20. Graham understands us very well. So, we want to close this out. Get us your receipts. Also, you can send your slides to slides@bsdcan.org, and Graham will get them on the website because he does the work.
Is there a preferred format for the slides?
Anything someone can reasonably download, I would suggest PDFs. I mean, if you send us a flash of your presentation, I'll put it up with your name on it. Okay, Papers Committee. These are the folks who sorted through the papers. And I've been on the Papers Committee for 20 years now. This year as a non-voting member, the con chair doesn't get a vote, but paper selection was brutal. We needed to hold it to 3 tracks. And we had a surplus of riches. So if you're on the Papers Committee, please stand up. Thank you. I'm going to note our Papers Committee is 3/8 women. And Margot mentioned diversity in the opening, and I'm going to round that out with a diverse committee leads to diverse submissions, which leads to diverse speakers, which leads to diverse attendees. We're working on it. You could also work on it too. The video team also busted their butts. Patrick, Andrew, John, Albert, Charlie, could you stand up? Thank you. I want to mention that for years now, BSD cons around the world have rented equipment on site. And the cons have always paid for it, both in money, and the equipment that was delivered did not always match the contract, had often been violently molested, and weird things, just weirdness. So Patrick spent the last year raising money
with Michael Dexter.
And purchased the gear that we would normally rent. He's got it down to a carry-on, and cons no longer have to rent this equipment. He may have done it in self-defense, but it's going to help us all. So thank you, Patrick. Ottawa's lovely. We encourage you to bring your family. We had a couple of spouses volunteer to give +1s a clue. Celine, Liz, can you stand up? I'm told they had a great time, especially when they kidnapped Groff. So, boring, cash flow. We think we're in the black, but we won't know for sure. For a couple months here, get your receipts in, speakers. We do have last year's financial report on the blog. University expenses are higher, travel should be lower. Our goal really is to make a couple grand a year and build a reserve. About 3/4 of our money, again, comes from sponsors. The rest is your registration fees. The biggest expense we have is speaker travel, but BSD cons are a little unique in that we pay our speakers. That is how we got, say, Emmanuel from Ghana to here. He's not going to buy that ticket himself. That's just not happening. But I saw him earlier surrounded by NetBSD developers, and they're having a grand old time talking, and that is what we want. So, and the expenses are about the same as last year. So, what's coming up next? EuroBSDCon, they want your papers before the 21st of this month. There's an Open ZFS Summit in Portland in, I forgot the month. October, Oregon, whatever. And I heard from Li Wen about dates for Asia BSDCon. They're not official yet, but he wanted me to put them in, so he must be pretty confident of those dates. Okay, BSDCon in the future. The goal is to be better organized. We still need volunteers for herding sponsors, working with the university, because we want Melissa around for a long time, and this means don't make her explode. So the work isn't terrible. There's just a bunch of it, and delegating to someone with reasonable sense of persistence and an ability to get things done would help a lot. So please, talk to Melissa, talk to Adam, talk to Dexter. A few hours of your time during the year can save us from having to scrub Adam's brain off the ceiling. That's just messy. Nobody likes that. And BSDCan started as Dan's whim, but it's become important to the community. I'm going to be personal here for 30 seconds. When Dan was finished, he entrusted me with converting BSDCan to a community-driven event. This room is stuffed with people who are working for the public good. And me, I selfishly see gaps in the BSD ecosystem and shamelessly commercially exploit them. I realized decades ago that I don't care about awards and honors, but still, the way people came together and backed my plan and all their efforts has really made being the con chair the greatest professional honor of my life. And I want to thank all of you for your trust and support. The thing is, the BSDCan as the Dan Langell show was pretty awesome. It seems that BSDCan without Dan has gone basically okay, but it is vital that BSDCan does not become the Lucas show. Again, BSD is all about community, so I'm turning it over to the community. I'm going to run the mail server. I'll volunteer for the papers committee if they'll have me, but and I'll probably volunteer for ops sometime in the future. But this is the part of BSDCan I have been most looking forward to, which is showing off my successor. Patrick, come here. Patrick has a long history of delivering, and his success with getting equipment for cross BSDCon video shows he is the man to take BSDCan forward. Thank you. Fine, I'll finish the slides and then. Closing social. Same place as last year, follow the crowd, lots of open windows. Please let the people worried about their health get near the windows. There's no music. Dan will control the drink tickets. Be nice to the auctioneer. If you registered for the con too late to get in free, $64 via PayPal. Auction. The bid winner. Give your details to the voluntold who's not at the front. He's in the corner so he can surveil everything. That would be Colin. Dan will be hosting, and I want to warn you that the auction does get a little wild. I have no idea if Dan is going to auction off his shirt, but you know, this con chair's shirt is not for auction. A federal court has told me I must remain fully dressed at all times. Goodbye. Thank you all. Whoops, wrong court.
This one's yours.
This one's mine. This is the hard part of computing right here. And you probably want.
Especially if you put.
I don't. Where are the slides? Okay. We can put that up later. Or if you get it all prepped. Okay, let's make this mic live. Or for the room.
Microphone 2.
Are we live yet? Yep. Okay. Those of you who are new to BSDCan, this may be your first year. Can I volunteer to put up your hands? Whoever's here for the first time? Okay. A little bit of background about the auction. When the auction first happened in 2004, there was somebody's coat that was found. And so we auctioned that off to the highest bidder, which turned out not to be the owner of the coat, who was in the audience. So that's where the auction has come from. It was something like that, something that got found, left behind. The strategy of the auction is to bid the other person's jacket up, and whoever wins the jacket pays the money in, and it goes to a charity. It goes to Ottawa, sorry, I don't know where you're sending the money this year, Mike. Ottawa Mission, which is just down the street here. You'll be walking past it probably on your way to dinner tonight. But basically, the coat then goes back to the owner, but whoever bids it up gets bragging rights. So this has Lux on the sleeve of it, and it's an extra large. Cole Harbor. It's got fleece inside. Oh, it says Cisco Canada on the front of it. Fits me, so that gives, oh, and there's stuff in the pockets too. Oh, there's keys. It's a Toyota. For the record, is the owner of this jacket here? Oh, good. So now you know why. So now you know what you're doing. Okay, who said 20 bucks? 20 bucks to Michael Dexter. 30 here. 40, 50 here. The owner says 50. Do I hear 60? 60 over here. 70. 70. 80 anywhere. 80 there. Do I hear 90? 90. 100, please. The keys and what's in the pockets go with the jacket, and the jacket goes back to the owner. So what was the bid on, 100? You raised your hand. Sorry. You wanted to ask a question? Okay, 100. 110? 120? 110 going once? 110 going twice? Sold to the owner. Can you yell your name back to Colin, please?
Michael Williams.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Michael. Next up, we have a record. It's called The Demon's Claws by Satan's Little Pet Pig. Might be the other way around. It's an LP. It has a Run BSC sticker on the back. $10, anyone? 10. Do I hear 20? 10 going, 20, 30? Do I hear 40? 40 at the back? 40 going once? 50? Do I hear 60? 60 anyone? 50 going once? 50 going twice? Sold. Thank you. Please tell Colin your name. This is the first piece of hardware to be sold off tonight. It won't be the last. It's a pfSense firewall with 2 SPF plus connections and an SPF and 4 Ethernet connectors. I have no idea what age this is.
It is about 7 years old. Netgate provided it for a vulnerability assessment that was done. It had probably a total power up time of 2 months or so. And then Netgate said donate it to the BSD auction. And then BSDCan was canceled for COVID for a little while. And it is finally here for auction.
Model XG-2758. $30 at least for starting. It's rack mountable. 30, 40, 70. Weird 70. Arm up, 70. Anyone for 80? 80. Anyone for 90? 80 going once? 90. For those listening to this, the donator of said firewall has just bid on his own, but he's donated by Netgate, and he's looking, okay. What bid we're at? 90? 90? 90 going, 100? 120, anyone? 120? 140? 140? 150? It's a good little firewall. It's worth more than 150. 150 going once? 160? 200. All right. I think that may do it. 200 going once, 200 going twice, sold to David. David Maxwell. So this will be interesting. You all know about the tradition. Those that have been here before know this tradition. We're selling off the last box of cookies. Now, the sticker price on it is $11.99, Kirkland, which is Costco. Best before January 25th this year. We got chocolate chip, chocolate lovers, and I forget what the other one is. I can't tell. White chocolate, macadamia, something like that. Anyway. $20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, anyone?
Very last box.
It is. What was it, 80? 70. 80. 80 going once, 80 going twice, sold. Thank you. Now, this one I believe is a vintage, here it was written down here, a vintage FreeBSD bag with mystery contents. I have reviewed the contents and they are work and family safe. You can get through customs with the contents. There's no risk in that. Okay? And just so you know, and it's fairly light. Didn't break it. Whatever's in here is used to that sort of stuff. So, I gave away about 100 of these on the weekend pass to the local food banks. These were all, they've been sitting in my parents' basement for 4 or 5 years. So, this is the last of this kind. $5.
20 bucks?
20 bucks.
If you promise me it's illegal somewhere.
It's illegal somewhere. 30? Do I hear 40?
Not sure.
40? 40 going once? 40 going twice? 50 to Michael Lucas? I promise you, you do not have what is in this bag, because it's in the bag. So 50 going once, 50 going twice, sold to Michael Lucas. Thank you. Speaking of Michael Lucas, the only paperback copy that exists of MWL's next novel, Laser Blasted, Michael W. Lucas.
Mr. Lucas, is this one finished? No. Progress. Is it complete? In and of itself.
The question has been raised due to past encounters with Mr. Lucas, is this book finished? And the answer is yes. I don't see a price in the backs, but we'll go at $10 starting. 10, 20, 30, 30? 30 going what? Put your hand up so I can point at you. 40. 40, 50? Do I hear 60? 60 back there. 60 going once? 60 going twice? 70. Will you do 80?
I'll do 80.
Okay. 80 going once. 80 going twice. Sold. Here we have the book of PF. The author is here and will sign it, I'm sure. Well, same for the other book. But you want it to increase in value, don't you? Sorry. $20. 20. 20 going once. 20 going twice. Nobody else wants the book. Do I hear 30 anywhere? Sold. We have a BSDCan 20th anniversary t-shirt, size small. 20 bucks. Who wants it?
Limited edition.
Limited, it is limited edition. There's only a few more in the box. Different sizes. $20 back here. 20 going once. 20 going twice. Sold. Please give your name to Colin. Okay, we'll go quickly here. This is large. 20 bucks starting. 20 going once. 20 going twice. 30. 30. Anybody for 40? Okay, 30 going once, twice, sold. Give your name to Colin, please. We're going to do a whole bunch of these. Extra large, 20 bucks. 10, 20, 20 going once, 20 going twice, sold. Let Colin know your name. Okay, we got something different here. This is the Dev Summit from this year. And this one is going, this is a triple XL, and we're going to sell 2 of them at once. A triple XL and an XL. Two of you can go in and bid on it, but we'll go do it quickly. Triple XL first, 20 bucks? Anyone?
20 bucks.
All right. 20 going once, 20 going twice. Yell your name back to Colin.
Dan Mahoney.
Thank you. Same thing in an XL. Same thing in an XL, 10 bucks. 10 bucks here, 20, 30, 40, 50. You can tell the popular sizes. It's now at 50, right? 55? Yell your name back to Colin, please. Okay. Someone gave me hardware, and I have no idea what it is. Someone can explain this to us, please?
There's a shit ton of graphene supercaps. So there are 100 farads at 2.7 volts. There's 10 of them on the board. You can clear customs with it. I was using it for an e-bike, but it's a bunch of caps. They retail right now for about 10 bucks a cap. And the two little microcontrollers have MMU on them. So they run RISC-V MMUs, but BSD if you want to work to it.
Who does this mean something to? 10 bucks?
10 bucks.
20. Do I hear 30? 30 over here, 40. 50, anyone? 50? Will you do 60? Will you do 60? 50, 60 over here. 50, 60. Anyone 70? 60 going once? 60 going twice? Yell your name out to Colin, please. Okay, that's hardware. We have the Move Fast and Bricks things lanyard.
20 bucks.
20 bucks. 30 bucks. 40, 50. Anyone more than 50? 50 going once? 50 going twice? Sold. All right. Got a whole bunch of t-shirts left over. So, look here, look here, look here. I have the only hardcover edition of Michael Lucas's latest book, Laser Blasted. 30, 40, sorry, 50. 50 going once? 60? Renee's got it so far. 60 going once. 70 anyone? 70. 80? 80 Renee? 90? Anyone go for 90? 80 going once? 80 going twice? Sold to Renee. Okay. While we're on the books, we got the second last book of PF. What'd the first one go for, Peter? I don't remember what it went for. 20. So we'll do this one for 10, starting at 10. Anyone want the book? 10 bucks. Anyone else want the book? 10 bucks, 10 going once, 10 going twice? 20. 30? Don't let them have it for 30. 32. 35? 35?
No, 30. This is your first time here, isn't it? 30.
So he's got it for 32. Yell your name out, please. All right. Okay. Thank you. Did you get that? I have a Trader Joe's bag. Some of you may have been in the open session. You may have heard about this Trader Joe's bag. This Trader Joe's bag came from my local Trader Joe's, which is about 2.5 blocks away. Inside, you will find this fancy little mounting kit, which has a bunch of screws in it and standoffs. You will want those. Also inside this Trader Joe's bag is the original receipt for yogurt, grapes, blackberries and blueberries on what date? Let's see here. The date's important. May 17th of this year. Oh, and a tiny little Velcro strap. And a 10-year-old Netgate APU2. So this is the firewall that I used at my place for about 10 years' time. It has the latest version of pfSense on it, and it's wiped everything that I had on it, or so I hope. But I had this wall-mounted. That's what these little things here are for, and it stands it off so the back isn't actually touching the wall. I have no idea how much these are worth or how much they go for, but we're not selling that. We're selling the paper bag. It has some holes in it, but more importantly, it has a hole at the top that you can put stuff in. Thank you for putting that through. So $10 for a paper bag? 10? 20? 30? 40? Anyone else? 40? 40 going once? Every single bit that ever flowed from DevNet or testfreshports.org for 10 years went through this box. Every single one. A whole lot of other stuff went through it too. Backups. Every time I talked to anyone on IRC, it went through that. Imagine the history that's in there. Well, I reinstalled, so the history's gone. We were at $150? Or 50 was it? 50. 50 going once? 60. 70? 80?
I'm confused. Are you selling the bag or the APU now?
The bag. But everything here will be in the bag when you buy the bag.
I'm mostly bidding on the receipt.
Yeah. It has my credit card number on it. For the benefit of those watching, listening, I just scrubbed out, or pretended to scrub out my credit card number. So where are we at? 70? 80. 80 going once? 100? Remember, everything that was in the bag comes with the bag, but we're only selling the bag. Because then I can say I sold a Trader Joe's bag for $100. $100? Is that what you said? 100? 120? 140? 160? 160. 180. I'll sign the receipt.
The only reason I'm bidding on it is because I believe I bought the matched pair and still have it at home. No way.
All the more reason, John. Okay, we're at 180? 180? 200.
I think you're bidding against yourself.
Oh, okay. That's okay, though. We don't discourage that. So 200? 200? Is that really your, was it 200 or 180? 200, okay. 200 going once? 200 going twice? Sold John Hicks. Thank you, John. This thing, I was never able to peg it out. Like, it just kept putting through the traffic. Put that there. Now, we only have a few things more to auction off. We got another developer's jersey. 2XL. $10? No? Okay. You got it for 10. So we have 3 shirts left from 2024. Yep, 2024. Who wants a 2XL? Who wants a 3XL?
2XL for 10.
10.
10.
Anyone want it for 15? Okay, sold for 10. Tell Colin your name, please. Okay, 3XL. Anyone want a 3XL? We also have a 4XL. Anyone want a 4XL? We can bid on this one. Nope.
Yeah, 3XL for 20.
Okay. Remember to, Colin, it's Adam. Okay, just the one last thing, the 4XL. $10? Anyone else want it? Dan Mahoney.
Yep.
Okay. I think, did anyone bring anything up that they plan to auction off that I haven't auctioned off? Because the box is empty. I got one last bag. I told Graham that I was going to return this, but I can auction it off. It's an empty bag, but I could put a mystery gift in it.
Leave my laptop alone.
Anyone want to buy a bag, another bag with a mystery gift in it? $5. 5. 10, anyone? 10? 20? 10. 15. 15? 20? 30. Anyone else? 30 going once? 30 going twice? Sold. Thank you. I think that is everything. You had something to say.
Yes.
You got your mic?
Yep. Check one. Number one. So weird being on the other end of this. So Warner Losh has left already, but he had something that he wanted to give to someone specific. So with the former con chair, please come down.
No.
Please? Thanks, man. So Warner has a friend. His name is his name is Frank Pryor.
Warner has a friend?
Yeah, he has at least one friend. No, Frank Pryor, and he wanted to make a gift for you, and he went through your website, and he made the following piece of art, which I will now display for everybody. And he's worked in a whole bunch of jokes for...
This can't be good.
No. There you go. He's worked in a bunch of jokes from your books. And so it is...
You gotta look behind you.
There you go. And here. So it is you holding gelato with Groff, with your books, with the Ratmobile, along with he's worked in a couple of titles from your books, including Warren Lash. And he liked how the artist actually made the beaver tail T-shirt, and he really liked the way it looked. So he's actually they actually had a T-shirt made. This is a one of one-of-a-kind T-shirt for you as a thank you. And so both Frank and Werner are listening.
Warner, I will not forget this.
And if anyone else is interested in literally one-of-a-kind Beaver Tails pastry T-shirts, we have a number of them, actually. But they're not for Michael. Actually, we have a couple sizes.
You figure out
Yep.
the sizes. So we have a extra large.
Yep.
We have a 2XL.
Yep.
Can I trade you for the 2XL?
Sure.
They have 2 extra larges.
And an XL.
And Michael,
And a large.
the artwork is coming to you later.
Oh yeah, and you have a framed copy of that coming. He didn't want to give it to you now because you have to travel, so you actually have a framed copy coming to your house. Well,
I will not forget.
So if you've never ventured down to the market, Beaver Tails is an establishment down there that sells Beaver Tails. It's a pastry. You get all kinds of different coatings on it, stuff like chocolate, honey, sugar, and cinnamon. They're delicious. Often one is enough for dessert to feed a family of 4. Calories, certainly. So here's an extra large. Should we auction off this extra large? 10 bucks? 20? 30? 40? 50? 50? 60? 60 going once? 60 going twice? 62. No. Looking for 70. 70. Do I hear it? 80? 90? 90? 100? 110? It's Canadian. Okay. 120. No, he already bid 120. 110. 120. 130? 140. 150? 160? Okay. 160 going once, twice, sold. Yell your name out for Colin, please.
What's your name? Y'all know it?
Same size? No, we're going to start like 100. The precedent's already been set. Yours went for 160. So 150? No. 150? Okay, we'll start it this way. I'm going to start at 160 and start bidding down. Whoever puts their arm up first gets it. Okay? If 2 people put their arms up, we'll do rock, hammer, rock, something. 160. 150, 140, 130, 120, 100, 90, 80. Sold to Alan. So now we have an extra large in white, and the last, you got it for 100? 80? Anyone else want one for 80? 70? 60? 50, 40, 30, 20. Okay. I got the third. Okay, you do that. All right, sold to Benedict. This is the large one. So we're going to start at 40 again. Well, no, large is a different size, so there may be a different demand. So 40, who wants it for 40? 2 of you, but we're going to bid up now. 40, who wants it for 50? 60, 70, 80, 90? It's Canadian. 100? 90 going once? Do you say 110? You're sitting beside him. 110. 110 going once, 110 going twice, sold to Benedict. Colin, I'm sure you're not adding all this up in real time, but how much? Thank you. Oh, we've got these. We've got these to sell off.
Yep.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
I thought we were done.
Yeah. One more card stock and a bunch of.
So.
This is the card stock one.
So we have copies of this. One in cardstock, some just on paper, and we have like one on cardstock, 2, 3, 4, 5 on paper. So we'll do the cardstock one. 50 bucks, anyone? 50, 60? 60 going once, twice, sold. I'm going to put this one back here. You remember to pay Colin later. So now we got the paper ones. And we have more copies. They're all identical. Paper, 10. Anyone want them for 10? 20? 2 for 20. Anyone for 30? Anyone else want another one for 30? Okay, you two paid 20. I'll put them down here. And we got 3 more left if anyone wants them for 10 bucks.
10.
Each. You can give them to your friends. I don't know what. I wasn't going to go. You'll never be in his books again. So anyone else want one? Okay, these are Michael's. Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, that was a big auction. So what's the total now? It's over 1,500. Well, hold on. Is that it? Nothing more to cover? We're done. See you at, you know where we're going. So basically come down here, grab your swag, and go up to Colin with your money or payment or something.